Hello and welcome everyone to day number 2 of the PMCI Grand Final Season 4 competition. I'm Enigma. Joined alongside me is the GOAT, Red Eyes. And Red Eyes, you and I, we were here yesterday. We watched the 6 matches of competition these teams had to compete on, whether it was Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and I felt, especially you, we had a lot of surprises in store for us.
Yeah, definitely a lot of outlier variables yesterday, especially in the second half of the day. But a lot of things that we were kind of predicting on the money too. A lot of strong starts from certain teams that we expect to see a lot from, and then also a little bit of the opposites at times. And then we've got
Yeah.
some newcomers here at the table, who are starting to set the tone and make a name for themselves. And I'm of course talking about teams like SW.
Yeah. And SW, I mean, you're referencing Secret Waves. I was a fan of Punjab that down near the end of it. Let's bring up that sort of teams list that we were showing yesterday at the start of broadcast, just as a refresher for you guys watching in chat. Make sure, of course, but who you're rooting for in these next 6 matches here tonight and tomorrow. And for the most part, my eyes, I was looking, obviously, we saw a lot of Wolves esports yesterday, Red Eyes, X Force as well as Dauntless and Inco, our four kind of superstar Goliaths in the lobby. And for the most part, we didn't even see here now the overall rankings. This is what we weren't able to show yesterday. We've got them prepared now for you. The results from day number 1. Wolves Esports sitting in first place, Red Eyes, 90 total points, 60 of them being in the Elim bracket. And of course, those 30 ranked points always do wonders. And is there anything else really you see, Red Eyes, that you're kind of interested in just seeing this front half of leaderboard?
Yeah, I'm going to take notice of our fifth place position here as well. Noobs Esports in essentially what must have been a total of 3 matches turned the tides of what looked to be
Yeah.
not the strongest, start of the day, and a team that we maybe not so rehearsed on, not so acquainted with. We're starting to learn that maybe their name is just kind of for show. Maybe they actually are coming here to bring a little something more to the table. And I hope to see a little bit more of what we saw in matches 4 through 6 from Noob Esports moving into day 2.
Yeah, and I think for the most part as well, you kind of said it best right there. Is the first 3 games were a little lackluster from them. A lot of teams kind of having that same broken record performance, but Noobs Esports was able to come back in that second half and be able to perform in a way that shoots them up and towards that top half of the leaderboard. I'm not sure if we could pull it up as well because I want to see what that bottom half
Yeah,
of the
absolutely.
leaderboard looks right. That bottom half, of course, is what I'm looking at. A lot of these newcomer names that you and I were referencing, Red Eyes, unfortunately seeing themselves on this bottom half here.
Yeah, and I think it is tough to really gauge a team's overall worth in just one day, as we've all seen to be the nature of PUBG Mobile
Mhm.
Esports. Every team has their bad days, and it sort of can tune into the more experienced players knowing how to snap back into it and maintain focus, not ride that momentum wave in the wrong direction, not get on a tilt. But at the same time, a bad first day is could just boil down to just that. And if you're a
Yeah.
teams like Four Sexy Frogs, hey, I mean you've got this far to making it all the way to the grand finals of PMCI. So obviously you've got skills and talent to make magic happen, but we are already kicking off, round 7 here, day 2, and if day 1 isn't going to be where you set the mark, well, you've got about 12 more matches to make your presence known, and if you're not
Yeah.
really able to turn the tides and hit the ground running immediately today, well, any hope of advancing on to Titan series could fall out the window.
Yeah, and advancing to the Titan series, obviously we have that $3,000 up for grabs for our players. But for the most part, when it comes to the competition, you and I have our eyes set at that Titan series fall premier division slots. 2 teams, which obviously we know probably Wolves, Inco, X Force, Dauntless, they might be moving forward already, even without this slot to an event like that. But these other teams, I'm looking at Noobs Esports, Secret Waves, Punjab, a lot of these squads that had fans in the chat room yesterday. I want to see them shoot up the leaderboard because with it being only 2 names, we could see maybe competing there in Titan Series, Red Eyes. leaves it up. Who really wants it? And with there being only 12 games left, like you said, you can't leave it up to the 12. If you had 3 bad games yesterday, you're not going to be able to come into today feeling well, especially with the map rotation being the starting point of Miramar today. It's not going to be Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok. We're looking at Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel. So the shuffle up, of course, with the Control Invitational is what we see, Red Eyes. I'm a fan of it for the most part, but I know these players might be struggling mentally.
Well, you know what? If you're struggling mentally, that's tough because it's already kicking off. Time for a little destruction in the desert, and let's kick it off. Day 2 of the PMCI Season 4 Grand Finals starts now.
Starting now. See, I kind of love it doing this stuff with you, Raz. You always make it so easy for the most part, and we see it now as well. A lot of teams dropping off early off on the plane path, starting down towards Los Leones, shooting its spearhead straight up towards the north, and we see it as well. Wolves down there to the south. Circle shift actually full pops down there just south of Los Leones. So these teams that opted towards San Martin, Hacienda, the likes of it being towards the north, right, Red Eyes, we're seeing a lot of these teams having to already make that early rotation. But if you're one of these squads in the middle that's around Wolves Esports, right, you might already be looking for a squad fight.
Yeah, and I mean, you definitely don't want to find yourself up against the big bad Wolves first round of the day, not while they are feeling themselves in full form, ending, the day on top of the world. You bet your bottom dollar they came in today feeling just as confident. And, the KOOPS already readily equipped UMP Uzi. It's just not a fight you want to take on, especially if you find yourself on that lower bracket half overall placement. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, they do have a little bit of congestion with none other than second wave. However, we got more action somewhere in the field here. It looked to me it was that full sense getting an elim on the board. Let's go check in, have a look-see on it.
And full sense, that's one of our teams that definitely was struggling yesterday. The overall rankings was not in their favor whatsoever. I mean, we're talking 8 total points on the board for this squad. So them already getting 1 point here. I mean, they're doing better than yesterday.
It's a much better rate of return, so to speak, any way you look at it, and hopefully, I really do have my eye on that, hoping that they did some VOD review, studied their opponents, really assessed what was going wrong in their playstyle yesterday, what worked, what didn't, and kind of adjusting. And realistically, that is something that in longer tournaments, it would be a luxury afforded to the teams to get that day to study. But this is just a 3-day event, and, a lot of these quick fine-tune adjustments need to happen in the moment. And I think you see that a lot with some of these more synergized and experienced professionals, aside from some of these newcomers. But, granted, full sense, already off to a great start, still a full 4-person team. And I think we just saw it in the feed. Yep, the KOOPS has struck, and this time the Wolves have taken out Meow of X-Force.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not sure how these two teams end up dropping right next to each other. I thought it was going to be one of our more random squads taking the action towards Wolves Esports, but instead it's going to be our 4th place team taking a casualty down. And by the way, obviously we showed those overalls earlier, Red Eyes. Wolves Esports, like I said, 60 eliminations before the start of this game. We're talking that is 10 a game.
That's an insane
on average.
That is,
and with the rank points, that's essentially, what is that, 5 points per game?
Yeah.
Top 3 finish from the team, essentially, in every single matter, which way you look at it. So, for a team like that to be having such a dominant performance, yeah, I understand maybe these bottom 8 squads, like almost their full sense, but they had a lot of practice against this sort of team. Maybe we can see improvements and stuff like that, but improvements are for scrim, Red Eyes. Performance is for the tournaments, and we're wanting to see which teams have it in themselves to compete against the very best from North America. And obviously, those teams as well coming just off of PMSL America, it's allowing themselves to be in that sort of prime flow state already as a team. And we can even see it here now. Wolves, full stacking vehicles, trying to get eliminations onto at least secret ways now, maybe thinking that was X-Force, but they're full sending and oh my god, Red Eyes, what do you even do against something like this?
Oh! Sorry about this,
no.
ladies and gentlemen. We are getting those replays stacked in there. But Secret Ways finding themselves not being so secretive at all. The Wolves have smelled the blood, and they are out on the hunt. Payne desperately in need of a win. Luckily, he does find himself readily equipped with that UMP-45 and DBS. Close quarter range. Swin here, YN. Definitely properly equipped in terms of weaponry for this fight.
Yeah. Yeah, and for the most part, luckily for him, he was able to get the reset. His teammates putting on the pressure with the pump action and the nades. And I was actually thinking Coops was going to get knocked for a second. The Wolves looking like both teams didn't get the full reset. Player 2, unfortunately, falling first. Launch with a jump shot, reigns supreme, and now starts teammates from trying to get the action in, but Wolves, they got an advantage. Wancho now 2 under his name now with only having one of his teammates knocked. He's going for the full sends, but not sure if the stairs angle is what's needed, and thankfully for them, Coops
all the better to clap you with, my dear. All the better to clap you with. Goodness
and look at that, 5 elims. Red Eyes, they're already halfway on their average, and we're only 6 minutes into the game, 7 minutes.
And to put that into a little bit of context for some of our viewers, you know, a 10-game point gain is absolutely insane numbers to be putting up on a regular basis. When we see that from any individual team, you know, any 10 elim game or 5 kills just consistently, nonstop, that definitely turns your head. Definitely gets your attention, and definitely that's a pressure factor.
That's 2.5 other teams eliminated, right? And I know you're kind of referencing that, and I really feel bad, Red Eyes, because I just looked over at the chat. I'm seeing, let's go, SW, you know, and you know, that delay is really going to be bitter for some teams, unfortunately, with seeing their fan base. But of course, got to keep the action, got to keep the positivity, especially if you're a fan from one of these competing squads, because this is the best from North America competing here tonight and tomorrow night. And of course, I'm also seeing some noob esports love in the chat, Red Eye. So the team that you and I were pretty impressed with yesterday outside of our top performing squads, now finding themselves in a bit better limelight. But now we're seeing it here. This is going to be Los Leones on that far western edge. CBK Esports previously. Zombie Boys, Red Eyes now having to deal with the Team Entity Slam. 7th place versus 10th. Got to be careful here.
Yeah, I mean, I get the need for a name change when you're about to run into some of the heavy hitters from day one, especially in the latter half of the day. But I think if anything can be said here, it's that the remainder of CBK is not really able to provide much assistance from that distance. And I think this is probably a situation, any way you look at it.
Well, now GMC, he's got the really going for the shot, not allowing the nades to really come through, but unfortunately, actually, it's going to be one of his squad mates getting a knock on one of the Team Entity players. So GMC getting a bit of love from his teammates elsewhere on the map. They're still full spread out on the building. One of the CBK players actually might have the off angle on the stairs. Not even paying attention, having full confidence from his teammate. We see here, Tae Long. Full angle. I mean, look at this. I mean, CBK, they're playing everything right now, right, Red Eyes? It's a matter of what they're able to do after they get these certain knocks. And yeah, the thirst definitely needed, especially if you have the full spread. You want to make sure those knocks and off angles give yourselves the rewards needed. But now I want to see it, Red Eyes. I want to see CBK, all these solo players underneath GMC, congregate onto the building, right? Storm the 2-man and really look for it, but GMC gives it up now. No threat on the building. They've somehow got to work through the team of Team Entity now to try to save their fallen teammate.
I gotta say, you know, there was some intriguing aspect of it when no one was coming to really provide much assistance to GMC. And at first I thought it was because of Hunter of Entity being that little outlier positioning, but I don't think it is. I think CBK basically assessed GMC as kind of gone and done, dusted. He's basically taken care of at that point. Not much that they could do to assist, because I can't really see another reason to not sort of congregate or make use of their spread positioning. I think that having that knock, if you're not going to go be prepared to push on on that, then essentially it's all for nothing. And I don't think that this was a planned out play here by CBK. I think it just boils down to potentially inexperience.
Yeah, and I think some of it's also just got to be, you know, you got to work what's given to you. And unfortunately for them, I don't know how that CBK player is actually able to crawl all the way down off the building and then cross that 50, 80 meter span. But it looks like the revive came through. More of a team entity fault. But now Wolves, they had a knock from one of the X-Force members, that trio that they made, finding their mark potentially on that team. And also Inco Gaming. So 3 of our top 4 squads really just holding hands right next to each other, it looks like, on the map now. Really fight on multiple fronts. We see as well now, yeah, Inco Gaming looking to potentially make the full aggression plan to Wolves Coops being the spearhead, and McGrone, he's looking for the shots, trying to turn tail for the solo of Wolves Esports. Looks like they're actually trying to hold a split on these compounds, but they're saying, hey, you know, going to stage 3, we're not going to rush things just for Red Eyes. They've already got their 5 elims. They're not feeling any pressure in this match.
Alrighty. Well, yeah, the Wolves are kind of in full form, as we mentioned at the beginning of the match. But nonetheless, up against the likes of a team like Inco, it's certainly not one where you want to let that confidence border into cockiness here, because as we've seen Inco do, especially in round 3 of yesterday, that is absolutely a heavyweight performance team when they need to be. And as heavy hitters as the Wolves are, we have seen them vulnerable to error, vulnerable to mistake, and I think Inco could be one of those teams to really watch out for in terms of who is going to take down the big bad wolf, knock the king off the hill.
Hey, but listen, I mean, obviously we want to look at the top side, right? Red Eyes, but there's also going to be almost there another team that really was just starting right at the bottom. 7 total points on the day coming out of day number 1. Those 6 matches. They're trying to find their mark in this lobby, getting 1 elimination already, as well as other teams, but it looks like action's unfolding everywhere. CBK now, the fight with Team Entity, forcing themselves on top of one another. Actually looks like CBK was able to pick up a second player from Team Entity. So now we're talking 4v2 situation. Wait a second, though. Hunter, he finds one with the nades. The dime piece lands true. He said it's going to come through, Red Eyes, but you got to find these knocks. You got to find them fast.
Yeah, and boy, Poker is about to learn just what a chip stack bully can be. Oh, but that was not a bad little retaliation with the CQC Annihilator here, but Poker and GMC really needing to have a distractor here and have the other pull a medic duty. But regardless, Ace in the hole, Ace in the lobby. It's going to ride on Hunter. Carry on the team name.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't think the team name carrying on is going to really be doing too much as a solo, right? Obviously, I mean, we see it there as well. The buggy, just a back tire gone. You might as well be running it at this point through Los Leonas.
Yeah. I
get it, stage 4, you had a few knocks in these fights, but we got to find ways to make the connections into elimination points. The damage numbers do not help you in any way. The stat lines maybe look pretty in some way, but I'll be damn seeing this sort of team, you know, really being able to put up any signs of life outside of maybe a few placement points they could sneak by. And that's the difference we see in these squads, right, Red Eyes? You make notes about it a lot, comparing squads of just teams that are able to keep members alive or squads that really just crumble after losing one.
Oh, and speaking of squads that might be making others crumble, Rival 6, one of kind of the wishy-washy performances of yesterday, meaning when they are locked in, they were actually really putting up some impressive plays, but, you know, entering the day not as high up as I had predicted them to be in the leaderboard. I believe starting the day off in 9th, and I think we might be seeing why here. You know, a little bit of toast shows a little bit of burn in here, and overburnt. Shu Young and ZZZ and Sadra left to carry on the name. Rival 6 down to 3 men if they are not able to secure this revive. And with these nades inbound from straight out of Nepal, ZZZ is feeling the pressure separated from his team.
Yeah, and the scary thing as well that straight out of Nepal does so well when they go in these sort of 4v4 engagements is they're not pressured and really going for those eliminations, right? They'll sit back, they'll wait for you to start panicking, allowing you to make those rotations in and out. And if you don't, we see it there as well. Another long arm from straight out of Paul, connecting on another knock. And look at this, since they have the spread, they have the off angles, they're able to isolate out ZZZ from up top, not even worried.
Yeah, this is just a bully. This is a bully. This is a bully situation, and Rival 6 inexperience in these high pressure, high panic scenarios, allowing straight out of Nepal to essentially pick them off one by one. But SON finding themselves.
That experience factor is just not there.
Yeah, I gotta agree. And if it sounds harsh, it's just objective. You know, it's not harsh. It's just the reality of the situation. And there's no way to get better without starting, you know, from a base point and working your way up. And so, hey, this is the first step of the ladder, but it does illuminate a lot of room for improvement and things to improve on for future events.
Yeah, in the future right now, it's looking pretty grim for sure on Nepal. What I'm looking at, one eliminated, one player knocked on the squad. They actually did get the reset, but the reset coming through means 2 players are next to each other. One of them being 1HP, now on Small Man, not getting a lick of damage in on the McGrellin or Vitali. Now make it none. Inco Gaming, third party comes through, finds all players of SON under their belt for the eliminations tab, sitting at 5 currently. With there being 13 squads remaining as well, we're talking 0 placement points still, right, guys? These teams are desperately needing it. We're seeing right off to the get-go today, teams that are able to take these 4v4s, you're needing to get some eliminations in your belt, because I'm seeing Wolves, I'm seeing Inco Gaming, even SON right then and there before Inco Gaming's fight, going 4-0 on players knocked, and that's not something that's acceptable at this point.
Yeah, but you know what? I am. Oh, did I just see that in the feed? Yes, the Big Bad Wolves, Inco, they are going to square off here.
Wow.
This is a big fight, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Juancho, Wix, and Matan at the ready. 7 pushing in here.
Oh!
The UMP ablazing, but the Wolves are howling from multiple angles. It's all riding on the Bruno.
Yeah, and Wix, I think he got 2 of them with the shotgun. Make it none, actually. And now Baton, wow, the pull-up. I thought they were going to make fireworks happen on the hillside, but instead, Wolves hold strong on the ridge line.
Esports I love to see, brother.
And it's the shotguns, you know, the team play there. Even with Coops being down, you said it all day yesterday, Red Eyes, of just, it's not just Coops. We've got 3 other members on the squad that can definitely shoot their guns straight. And for the most part, I mean, Wix, I believe, if I saw it right, 2 of those 4 onto Inco Gaming being just from him alone on the spearhead position. So with the overwatch from Baton afterwards, really just you're Inco Gaming, you're almost just slamming the desk at that point, making those mistakes. But at the end of it all,
well, hey.
Oh, no.
Looks
okay,
like
then.
one frog kissed him, and he turned into a prince right there, and then went back to the lobby. Problems, giving out problems. I think that is his first elim of the day, the team's first elim, and realistically, if memory serves correctly, that's gonna be their 11th point overall. Yeah. So hey,
I mean,
game 1, that is progress. That is an improvement from the day before, and that is exactly what you want to see. Talk about someone.
As well, I think. Sorry to cut you off, but another team I'd seen getting a knock under their belt as well is going to be SEP. Punjab, the team that had lots of love yesterday in the chat, now showing signs of life on Miramar. And I think Miramar, I got to see this more often with Miramar kind of being the game 1 start. Because Erangel, you know, it's the classic, but Miramar
start off feeling
get the blood flowing a little bit more, you know, on the rotations, on maybe the gunplay.
Oh my goodness.
It allows you to do some precarious things on this map, and oh man, we're kind of seeing something here. It's gonna be, what is this? The bunkers down south of Los Leones. Noobs Esports. They're on the outside with Dauntless full spread on the inside, and I don't think Noobs Esports really knows that there's Dauntless just ratting it out in
I don't think they do. But you know what? I did see SCP going right at it again. Looks like the Wolves ganging up on almost there, the lowest performing team overall, taken out by the highest performing team on the bracket board. All the while, we got Sherry Punjab, Ender, one of 2 remaining members for the team squaring off against a couple of frogs.
Yeah, but the problem is, we see it there. He's worried about it. Ender, GMC, and Poker from CBK, as well as possibly a 3rd member now, looking for the off angles up top on the ridge line. And your Punjab, if you're one of these members, you got to kind of square up, pair up almost, and look for this push, because you understand, with it being 4 sexy frogs, that this is a team you definitely can take the engagement with, as well as being even in the manpower. You got to find the right moment. You got to find the right shots and angles, because with this being stage 5 closing into stage 6, Red Eyes, you cannot wait any longer for the blue zone in the positioning. And I like this. They're getting aggro and they're looking for the fight.
Yeah, and let's take it a step further. It's not just that it's stage 5. It is that it is day 2 of 3. That pressure from the zone is overall reflected in the structure of the event. There's only 11 more games following this to make this turnaround happen. Every game is going to be crucial moving forward. And man, hey, it's not the finish that they were hoping for, but they did meet the barrier for placement points. At the very least, they got a little bit of placement points, and it could be worse.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I would have liked both of these teams, you know, to start ranking into the placement points, but unfortunately, they're the ones that fight each other. Only one of them can make it out alive, and now we see we turn our sights back towards the south. Snoob Esports split just outside the cave with Dauntless inside. Now has new contenders on the top side of the hill. Winter now having to deal with Wolves Esports Baton, trying to battle it out over top. Wix as well, far off in the distance. As well as, I believe, Juancho holding an off angle just behind Baton. So a lot of teams looking to really kind of pressure other squads, make sure that they're keeping them in line, in check, sort of speaks. But the problem is, I mean, we can see that counter in the top left, Red Eyes. 11 eliminations, 4 on Baton, 4 on Juancho. So both players really feeling themselves this Miramar, and with there being 23, make it essentially 20 other players left in the lobby, right? That's a lot of members for them to still get elims, and oh my goodness, the shots, they're just feeling it.
Yeah, well, Poppy Triste being thrown to the wolves, so to speak here. Gosh, I'm cringing, but it was a good one. Baton going to be trading a little bit of utilities here with Poppy Triste. Poppy Triste with no health to speak of, desperately in need of this first aid, and you know Baton is going to hear that, and, well, I would have thought that would have been the time to push. But it's going to be a shot.
Oh, no!
No.
His teammate, he got it.
That off
False
angle.
alarm. But now Poppy Triste, he's got to heal again. His teammates trying to find the angles, but unfortunately, with it being the trio from Wolves, not the 4-man, they've got to rotate back around and give the hillside. So them looking to play the rest of the match as a duo, and for the most part, they're going to be somewhat comfortable on that eastern edge, right? They're not going to be too stressed about other squads, with them being already kind of clearing out a lot of teams on their side of the map. But the issue is now, of course, Noobs Esports, they're the team that was already the squad that had that elimination right onto Wolves. So there is the possibility maybe of this team going out of their way to take out the first place team, but we'll have to wait and see on that. Of course, 30 seconds left on the zone. Nothing too crazy going down. I do see off in the distance X-Force, the trio from earlier, Red Eyes, had 1 casualty from Wolves Esports, now trying to find their spot in this next circle. And it's actually looking a little crazier, the positioning, having to really just kind of stay in their vehicles waiting for the zone to pop.
Yeah, but you know what? It's a scouting situation for Badusky. I do want to bring note, you know, to the fact that the Wolves chose to dip out of that altercation. It's the last thing you'd expect to do it, but it's just going to show the discipline and experience and the self-control.
Yeah.
But
self-control, that's what you need in this lobby, right? And with it being X-Force, they have it. And another name that I'm really excited seeing here, I don't think we really highlighted it yesterday, was EXO being on this roster. That was a player that was back, I believe, in about 2 tournaments ago, 2 Titan series or so, PMCOs, whatever the case may be. He was one of the top new performers in that lobby when it came to eliminations, damage, all that stuff, going up against the likes of Coops and stuff like that. So a name that I'm interested in seeing if he can kind of perform up to the standard that we've seen before, the prowess that he's shown. But seeing his gear right now at the bottom, we're talking Scaro, not the M4, not the selection of choice with the 4X as well. It's not the 3x, and unfortunately, he's only got a level 1 helmet with no vest. So X-Force would like to see a lot slower play, maybe out of them. They do have the circle pop, a little bit of room for them to work with, but now with it being stage 7 Red Eyes, I mean, there's not really much you're working with here.
Yeah, and you know, time is of the essence. This is battle for real estate here is just going to be a battle for positioning, and at this point, you're going to have to be ready to work with more than just, you know, geographical advantages. You got to be ready for the fights here at this end game. And you know, teams like X-Force, Dauntless, Noobs Esports, especially after the momentum built from yesterday, all of these teams are teams I would expect to kind of thrive on this in-game CQC warfare.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Dauntless, I think they're really hoping one of the Noobs esports players would drive in, but now I'm not sure if they're even able to get out of the cave, so it might be an early exit for them. We're talking top 5 now, ladies and gentlemen, in the match. Wolves esports were taking their shots towards almost there, finding 2 more eliminations to their name, 1 onto Juancho and 1 onto Wick, so 13 now being the total elimination count for Wolves, and this is a possibility if they were to somehow get 1 or 2 more eliminations, Red Eyes, as well as the winner chicken dinner, they would have our top winner chicken dinner total points for the season 4 grand finals, which I believe it was 23 to Inco Gaming on the Sanhok yesterday. So we'll have to wait and see, of course, check if the math is mathing. But now CBK Esports, they've been on this mountaintop, Red Eyes. They've lost 1 currently, but they're looking to take down Wolves Esports right now.
Well, we saw Daisy pull off one of the most impressive 1v4s on a Miramar match yesterday. Absolutely setting a name for themselves. You know, CBK Esports, sort of, again, we said it just a little bit earlier, they've had some seriously impressive performances, but also some very devastating mistakes to sort of balance out and finding themselves entering the day at 9th place. But obviously, these 7 elims, having 3 members up with only 5 teams remaining in this Miramar in-game, this is definitely an opportunity to make up so much slack in that rope.
Yeah, and the rope, unfortunately, it's looking like it's getting shorter and shorter for some other teams. They actually opted to give up the mountaintop. So Wolves saying, hey, you know, if you're going to just give it to us, give us the crow's nest, we're going to just take it full force. And now they've got the nade angles, but unfortunately, we're talking Noobs Esports down south, finding the shots, the drive-in as well. Daisy, he's the player you were mentioning, Red Eyes, finding the last player on the buggy pull-up now. Having to work it as a duo. 2v3 situation. We're talking a top 2 finish for both of these squads that desperately need it. And for the most part, Noobs Esports, they've got the vehicles, they've got Poppy Teresa, and it looks like they're getting active, but Moo on the outside, he goes down, Red Eyes. The 2v2, this is really going to come down to this 1v1 from Daisy. Who's going to be able to take it, and he's not going to give it. He's going to back up. He's going to allow himself the opportunity to work with his teammates, but with the knocked player, they're given all the information needed, and now Poppy Teresa, unfortunately, getting angled out again. So Noobs Esports, they have the man advantage, Red Eyes, now down to a solo, and we're going to be driving up. We're going for the shots, and we get the 1, but Daisy again. CBK Esports, winner, chicken dinner. And, I mean, Red Eyes, you were hyping this guy up before we got into that end game. Now we can definitely see why.
Yeah, this was a performance that really built off of what we started to recognize from them, especially in sort of the latter half of yesterday. That momentum, that confidence, they started setting the tone for. They had really, match 1 of day 2 was going to go one of 2 ways, and it was going to absolutely carry over into the rest of the day. You have a good second half on day 1, then you have to have a good match 1, day 2 to keep that momentum, that mental right. It is definitely one of those things where you're riding that fence line, a very delicate tightrope. But boy, did CBK keep their cool under pressure in numerous altercations. And I just got to say, Daisy, positioning-wise, finding himself pinched in between, I believe it was Noobs and the Wolves, finding
Yeah.
himself out of the line of fire from the low ground holders of Noobs and able to pick off the Wolves using the Noobs as essentially unintentional assistance.
Yeah.
Well-deserved chicken dinner.
Yeah, and for them, I mean, just before this match, right, we saw that overall leaderboard, 39 total points CBK was sitting at Red Eyes. By the way, we're talking as well, two other squads next to them in terms of that overall leaderboard tying Secret Ways and Noobs Esports. So them winning that engagement against Noobs, I do believe they had a lot more eliminations than Noobs Esports that match, allowing themselves to kind of shoot themselves up the leaderboard even more. And obviously, I can see it with ease. Dauntless, of course, is going to be passed up. I'm not sure if X-Force will really get passed up in that regard, but we'll have to wait and see, of course, Red Eyes. But that's going to be it, of course, for game number 1, guys. We're going to go to a quick highlight break, but when we come back, the breakdown for match number 1 coming your way.
Be back soon.
But now, nonetheless, maybe they want to repeat that. Maybe Erangel is going to be one elimination. I can't really picture it working out all too worthwhile in my eyes.
Yeah. Well, I got to ask, because if you are Kin, you know, what would be the point of sticking around? There's no revenge factor that's going to happen beneficially here. You know, you have to be kind of delusionally confident to say, all right, they might not know who we are, but we're going to go ahead and 1v4 CBK right here off the rip. I don't think so. No, he's lost all his resources. It's going to be a complete strategy shift. It's going to be about making it to that end game and just acquiring what placement points you possibly can for the team. And at this point, it's damage reduction.
Yeah, and damage reduction. Unfortunately, I believe it was 4 Sexy Frogs that had the eliminations earlier on from Wolves Esports. Now, feeling the brute force of Noobs Esports, getting 1, maybe even 2 eliminations, was not eyeing it too closely. And seeing now the solo, he's starting to move his way in, but the squad fight, it's still going on the Eastern Edge, and I could have sworn Noobs Esports was going to be winning it out, but it looks like a solo for each team in the water. We're playing ducks.
Yeah,
we got fish in a barrel. I don't even know what to say about this right now.
We got like some competing Michael Phelps water snakes.
Oh, is he reviving? I think he's going for it.
I think he might be, brother.
Oh, man. This is big, though, but the other teammate, we see that Noobs Esports. Is he getting a heal off there? No! Through the water. I'm not sure if that was the play to be done. But...
I mean, risky as it was, 4SF was able to just pull off something that they realistically... I mean, what just happened? And at this point, they're going to have the time to heal up and then just pick winner off at their own pace. This is, well, winter came early, unfortunately for him. This is going to be a short one. And, boy, those heat waves are hitting hard with that.
1 elimination, I can't really picture it working out all too worthwhile in my eyes.
Yeah. Well, I got to ask, because if you are Kin, you know, what would be the point of sticking around? There's no revenge factor that's going to happen beneficially here. You know, you have to be kind of delusionally confident to say, all right, they might not know who we are, but we're going to go ahead and 1v4 CBK right here off the rip. I don't think so. No, he's lost all his resources. It's going to be a complete strategy shift. It's going to be about making it to that end game and just acquiring what placement points you possibly can for the team. And at this point, it's damage reduction.
Yeah, and damage reduction. Unfortunately, I believe it was 4 Sexy Frogs that had the eliminations earlier on from Wolves Esports. Now, feeling the brute force of Noobs Esports, getting 1, maybe even 2 eliminations, was not eyeing it too closely. And seeing now the solo, he's starting to move his way in, but the squad fight, it's still going on the Eastern Edge, and I could have sworn Noobs Esports was going to be winning it out, but it looks like a solo for each team in the water. We're playing ducks.
Yeah, we got
fish in a barrel. I don't even know what to say about this right now.
We got like some competing Michael Phelps water snakes.
Oh, is he reviving? I think he's going for it.
I think he might be, brother.
Oh, man. This is big, though, but the other teammate, we see that Noobs Esports. Is he getting a heal off there? No! Through the water. I'm not sure if that was the play to be done. But...
I mean, risky as it was, 4SF was able to just pull off something that they realistically... I mean, what just happened? And at this point, they're going to have the time to heal up and then just pick winner off at their own pace. This
Yeah.
is, well, winter came early, unfortunately for him. This is going to be a short one. And, boy, those heat waves are hitting hard with that. Wicks off, then stumble across Coops. That's just 2 singles. I mean,
I think a big thing was I would have liked to have seen Noob Esports honestly move before the circle pop, because now Wolves Esports may be predicting it, but actually full sending it. Man, 1 knock, but they do get the trade, and they get 2 now. That's a big trade from Coops. Wolves got to push the initiative here, Red Eyes, and with it being a 3v2, the nades, the smokes, they're coming into play now. They're looking for these thirsts.
Yeah, man, and I'm just talking about it time and time again. We say it so often. This is huffing and puffing. This is their flow state. This is their full momentum, full confidence. And, I mean, yeah, we've seen it pan against them at certain times. I feel like they've held this in-game for the last 2 zones. They've controlled this in-game. They haven't pushed anything too early. Not this
Wow.
caster curse of all times, Red Eyes just struck the wolves down here. And we got 3 little piggies here. Yes, 4 little piggies coming in with eyes on Baton and Juancho. And what I just completely 180 here for these participants. I said, oh, it's in the bag. And now Baton goes down. Juancho says, Red Eyes, why'd you open that big mouth of yours?
Yeah, but unfortunately for them, it's still just Juancho remaining. The Molly's right in front of them, both just missing the mark. But the Wolves Esports fan, you were honestly having a bit of hope in the end of the tunnel, having 2 players knocked before making this a 1. Juancho down sticky. You gotta push the initiative. Coming through, he's not even gonna find it. Player from Team Entity. So now we're talking 4v2 situation. Wait a second though, Hunter, he finds one with the nades. The dime piece lands true. He said it's gonna come through, Red Eyes, but you gotta find these knocks, you gotta find them fast.
Yeah, and boy, Poker is about to learn just what a chip stack bully can be. Oh, but that was not a bad little retaliation with the CQC Annihilator here, but Poker and GMC really needing to have a distractor here and have the other full of medic duty. But regardless, Ace in the hole, Ace in the lobby. It's going to ride on Hunter. Carry on the team name.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't think the team name carrying on is going to really be doing too much as a solo, right? Obviously, I mean, we see it there as well. The buggy, just a back tire gone. You might as well be running it at this point through Los Leonas.
Yeah.
I get it, stage 4, you had a few knocks in these fights, but we got to find ways to make the connections into elimination points. The damage numbers do not help you in any way. The stat lines maybe look pretty in some way, but I'll be damn seeing this sort of team, you know, really being able to put up any signs of life outside of maybe a few placement points they could sneak by. And that's the difference we see in these squads, right, Red Eyes? You make notes about it a lot, comparing squads of just teams that are able to keep members alive or squads that really just crumble after losing one.
Oh, and speaking of squads that might be making others crumble, Rival 6, one of kind of the wishy-washy performances of yesterday, meaning when they are locked in, they were actually really putting up some impressive plays, but, you know, entering the day not as high up as I had predicted them to be in the leaderboard. I believe starting the day off in 9th, and I think we might be seeing why here. You know, a little bit of toast. I am curious, losing one of their crucial members, Shu Young, before the conclusion of stage 2, is this going to change up their strategy? And I think it will. I think it'll either make them focus in and dial back the aggression, or be a little bit more afraid of their confrontations. But either way, it spells a bit of a down tune in terms of aggression for the remainder of the match.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's just the crazy thing about it is more of just how we're able to really interact with some of these plays, right? Obviously, with you being a 3-man, you want to make sure that you're not going against the team that knows you're a 3-man, right? You don't want to be having Noobs Esports drive up on you and take the initiative, but luckily for them, it actually looks like SON's trying to take their piece of the pie here. Noobs Esports
This
playing
guy's
the
got
rat
9
game,
lives.
but
He'll be
I'm not
fine.
too
He'll be fine.
not too favorable of his spot there, Red Eyes, because we're talking all 4 players.
No,
He's
man,
out in the
he
open
can lose
right
to
now.
all 4 2 times and still have 1 extra life.
In and out, one of the players climbs
Look
out. He goes for
look
the
who's
shot.
coming up in the back. Who's coming up in the back, though, Enigma?
Oh no, not SON, please.
No,
Oh, and
but
they're
look
full
who's
sending.
SON just falling for the bait all the same. What was supposed to be easy work for them is now. Ooh. Well, the fireworks have come out, and now the Wolves are here to play. We got a 3v2 or 3v3? No, 3v2 already on our hands.
2v4 going down.
Where's their
the
fourth?
player on Wolves is all the way out.
Oh, yeah.
Watching this solo play on the right
Coops,
side of SON.
the outlier.
Yeah, he gets the knock, but unfortunately for this straight on opponent member, it's just him left standing now. The name, they are starting to come through, but the bike pull-up's going to be right on that play, and we're just giving him a start of this game. We're talking that is 10 a game.
That's an insane.
On average.
That is
and with the rank points, that's essentially, what is that, 5 points per game?
Yeah.
Top 3 finish from the team, essentially, in every single matter, which way you look at it. So, for a team like that to be having such a dominant performance, yeah, I understand maybe these bottom 8 squads, like almost there, full sense, but they have a lot of practice against this sort of team. Maybe we can see improvements and stuff like that, but improvements are for scrim. Red Eyes performance is for the tournaments, and we're wanting to see which teams have it in themselves to compete against the very best from North America. And obviously, those teams as well coming just off of PMSL America, to allow themselves to be in that sort of prime flow state already as a team. And we can even see it here now. Wolves, you know, full stacking vehicles, trying to get eliminations onto at least secret ways now, maybe thinking that was X-Force, but they're full sending in. Oh my god, Red Eyes, what do you even do against something like this?
Oh! Sorry about this,
no.
ladies and gentlemen. We are getting those replays stacked in there, but secret ways finding.
Welcome back, everyone. Day number 2, match number 1 under wraps. We're talking Miramar, done and dusted. I'm Enigma with the GOAT Red Eyes next to me, of course. And after that last match, Red Eyes, we saw a lot of stuff go down. A lot of teams that were making motions in the ocean, or I guess you could say that desert ocean, to say the least. But now we've got to switch it up. We've got to bring it back to the rumble in the jungle. You like to put it as, Red Eyes, Sanhok being the map of choice for these teams. And for it being Sanhok, I'm expecting a lot of engagements, a lot of gunfights, and really a lot of pressure going down onto some of these squads.
Well, you know how it goes with the rumble in the jungle. That close quarter combat can meet you right from the very second your feet drop onto the jungle ground. So you got to be ready, basically, to throw down immediately. And I think it's time, Enigma. I think let's just go ahead and drop in. Welcome to the jungle, ladies and gentlemen. Round 2. Let's get it.
Get it, baby. And Sanhok, that's going to be the motion that we're wanting to see. The plane path looking pretty good. Thankfully, with this being one of the smaller sort of maps in competitive PUBG Mobile, you're able to stretch pretty easily some of your POI spots. We see it as well now. Dauntless, the only squad opting for that Western Island shift. Wolves up north, holding a split towards Tatmok, and a lot of names flying right next to each other when I'm looking towards Painan, Quarry, as well as Paradise potentially. We'll have to wait and see. But yesterday we saw it in the last match, Red Eyes. Sanhok being the name of the game. Secret Ways, they opted to drop into boot camp. So X9 Esports now looking for that engagement back yet again. It's looking like a 4v4 starting early this match.
That's right. And ladies and gents, we are here. Pardon me for that M8 thing. But we got Rhino just properly equipping himself. The rest of the team a little bit closer to the action. We got the second wave dropping boot camp of all places. And honestly, I like seeing that both of these teams are going for a bit riskier of a drop to kind of hit the ground running, because it tells me one thing right off the rip. It tells me that they're ready to risk it all just to make the impact. They know that what's happening now isn't working. So even if, you know, this boot camp drop were to be a devastation, go just completely backfire, at the very least, they are trying something new, because what was there on day one, just, I mean, realistically, it's not enough. And so this is honestly, this is probably the more risky play, but I also think it's going to be something that leads to a stronger team.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the likes of Secret Ways, they were obviously opting to take that full 4v4 engagement, wanting those elimination points, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case. But now we're seeing it, and that elimination feed start to light up. Noobs Esports, a team that started off strong and obviously won last match, excuse me, they lost the last match in that 3v2. Now looking to take the engagement. Looks like actually an early fight off drop, 1v2 from Winter. The name of the game into it. Definitely not in the cold season for him, to say the least, for this match. And for these other squads, obviously I believe that was going to be almost there. Potentially was the duo that landed on him. Now feeling the pressure, and with you being at the bottom of the leaderboard, I understand, Red Eyes, we've only had really one full competitive day of play, but with it being now the Sanhok match, 7 games already done, you being down to a duo going in, because after this we've got the Erangel, and then you're halfway into the tournament. The total points needs to be up there in that 40-50 point range. Essentially, you want to have a chance of being up near the top. We don't know what that top 2 is going to look like for the division premier slots qualification for Titan series compared to those other teams. So you need to get as many as possible, and unfortunately almost there has just not been anywhere close to it.
I was gonna say, you know, I feel like they really kind of backed themselves into a corner by naming themselves almost there, when they know that all I do are dad jokes. And so I just gotta say, I'm not gonna say it, but you know that the dad joke is there. Not quite there, but
we're waiting.
We're
waiting
there.
for
it's
it
almost
tomorrow.
There. It's almost there, maybe. Not quite. Well, here we are again. Share-E-Punjab, the definitely popular in the chat, getting a lot of hype for these guys on day one, and starting the day off really fairly decent. You know, definitely a stronger start than we saw from them yesterday. However, it looks like the spread on them, it's a bit concerning to me. I do think that, at least from what we've seen so far, I haven't seen really a performance strong enough to warrant being this spread out.
Yeah, and if it was any other team, I'd be fine with it.
Yeah,
for the most part.
exactly.
With this being SCP, obviously I'd like them to be a little bit more kind of conjoined together. It looks like they are understanding what their teammates are wanting to do, at least. It's not all of them playing solo. They're looking to make motions, looking for those rotation eliminations. Maybe could have had it earlier on. Don't believe they were really set up just in time yet, though, if they would have liked to be for that rotation, but now we see it as well. 9Z taking shots onto Secret Ways. This is going to be down in the compound just north of the hillside, so a little bit of a congestion play going on the mountain. And wait a second, we've got another squad in here. Legacy in control. 13th place, I believe, overall on the points here. Red Eyes now looking to make some action happen, and they're getting the eliminations their way.
And look here. Look at what's happening here on the left side. We got Karan of SCP sneaking on forward, and hey, there's no better map to snake on than the high grass jungle of Sanhok. But looks like Second Wave might need a second wind here, because they are getting their first one knocked out of them. We got YN, the final hope for the team, who has certainly made a change of pace, a change in the tides in those last 3 matches of day one. You definitely don't want to see that momentum from game 1, day 2 be undone here in match 2.
And unfortunately, I see one frag grenade, but now we see it. SCP, they start taking the eyes off of the Secret Way. So the nade comes through, not going to find any damage, and now he feels the pressure, forced into it, but it's never a 1v1. LOQ, they pick up the elimination, are able to get it under their belt, but now we see it. Team Entity now shooting far from the south, and with this being on the hillside, you never really want to be on the very top side of this mountain. You want to be holding your side of it. Now it's going to be, wow, X-Force coming behind, Legacy in control. So the King of the Hill is really just kind of the dummy in the open.
Yeah,
to say the least,
exactly.
right on top. You're never gonna want this situation.
I was going to say, you know, just when you said that position at the very top, X-Force just immediately illuminates your point right afterwards. That very hill crest leaves you vulnerable from two different sides. You're not really safe on that crest.
Oh.
However, just over, at least you're blocking off 180 degrees of line of fire. But you see it in the feed. The frogs are frogging right now. We got Furiosa, Problem, Snow, Joyboy, all still up. Only one elim to their name, but as we saw in match one, you know, definitely a faster accumulation of points than anything we saw from them on day one, and I'm hoping it'll be a little bit more of the same here, moving into match two, up against Straight Out in Nepal. But with KC having this high ground, this overwatch, that scouting detail to his teammates, I see it being a real predicament for these frogs. And it really shouldn't be, but it definitely seems that, yeah, KC's able to hold these guys off, scout that info, and essentially hold off 3 people at bay just with what? Just the potential presence of him there. They don't know who they're up against.
Now they know he's there. Obviously, the mollies they saw come through, he's using the vehicle and the rock spread as cover, but unfortunately for Sexy Frogs, they've got to deal with the rest of the spread, and they actually got the elimination onto SON there. That's the one elimination point they have, so they understand this is a 3-man, but when you know it's SON, the issue that comes afterwards is where is the rest of the team going to be? The off angles is their name of the game, and see it now. One knock comes through. King's coming out. Unfortunately, KC, no frag grenade. They look for the thirst. Teammates as well still fully spread out, but we see it Coops finding an angle somewhere off in Narnia onto another 4 Sexy Frogs players, so that's going to be off onto the north side of them.
Yep,
another elimination to their name, and for the most part, it's another one of those instances, right, Red Eyes, where when you're in the middle, when you're on the very top of the mountain, it allows everyone else to really kind of see and unfold and understand what's happening here.
Yeah, and I just got to say, it's exactly the sort of shift in strategy but adaptive playstyle that I would expect from the Wolves. You know, all-out aggression match 1, dial things back, let everyone else take the risk match 2, then maybe change it up for match 3, maybe a little bit more reserved for the first half. This is what the Wolves does. They keep everyone on their toes at all times. Oh, but you know what I'm about to say. You know what I'm about to say.
Oh, they were... I can't even say it, man. I can't do it to them like this. Yeah, it's only day 2, okay? The dad jokes, they don't get fully unleashed until tomorrow, okay? Dad, I know you like hearing them, but we're gonna keep the tides a little calmer here today. Now we see it, of course, team entity, the zone shifts, even though it is stage 2, a lot of squads opting to make the rotations now with Juancho turning his sights towards the duo that actually looks like they opted to slam into the compound. So these teams really interested in seeing who all is going to be kind of congesting down when these circle shifts start to happen. Actually, it's going to be not 2, but 3 squads essentially in this string of compounds. Rival 6, Noobs, Esports, as well as CBK just outside of the picture, as well as, of course, all those other teams we saw fighting on the mountaintops. And if I was one of these teams, most comfortable squad I think I'd want to be in right now in terms of at their position, definitely be Wolves. You're the team on the outside. You've got the vehicles, of course, and with you already having an elimination under your belt, Red Eyes, it allows you to understand, hey, you know, if we're forced into some of these fights, we know that we can definitely take it.
That's the thing, man. I think I mentioned this yesterday. Wolves, you know, for better or for worse, that's their motto. You know, we stick to our strategy for better or for worse. They will adapt, but they are not afraid to take on a fight, you know, in almost any situation, even when the odds are stacked against them. And I'll tell you why, Enigma. It's because of just statistics. You know, even when it only works 3/4 of the time, well, those numbers add up and have led to the reputation that they have today. So we saw it kind of backfire on them in day 1. They certainly had a early wipe on themselves after a victory, but then just boom. They don't overthink it. They keep to what they know. They know they got the talent. They know they've got the skills. And Assault about to get a little bit of assaulted here. That candle's burning bright, and
nice.
Oof, he's got a problem, and it's in the shape of the last frog left.
Hey, those frog legs, whatever the case may be, that molly really just sealed the deal for him. And I thought he was actually going to get that SON player as he was falling, but left him just enough at 1 HP. Luckily, no one else was spotting it, shooting him, steal the elimination point. But now we see it elsewhere on the map. Dauntless.
We haven't seen
Taking their
much from
sights
these guys.
towards SCP. Well, the last match, I believe, they got eliminated quite early on from that cave play. Not even really able to put themselves in a fighting position, but now they understand, hey, we've got the knock on the SCP, and it actually looks like X-Force as well, finding another. So a team that I wanted to see perform well, unfortunately, in the thicket of two of our top squads in the lobby now, being down to essentially a duo. Looks like Karan, he is going to be able to get the reset onto Non, but it's only going to be a matter of time until Dauntless pushes up, and Klaus, he's going to be the spearhead as well. The rest of his teammates all sending by with the vehicles. The shotgun shot in the neck, but really does no damage. Karan, he's going too slow.
Karan.
The red eyes, he gets two.
Listen, you
remaining,
don't want to mess
is
with a
he?
Karen. I've said it time and time again, a Karen is a dangerous enemy. And just like that, you know, hey, it didn't work in their favor, but did you see that hop over the F1? That was insane.
Hey, listen, the F1, I mean, you have that guy do that IRL, and I'll give him $1 million, okay?
Yeah. Let's
Let's
dial
see
it back.
that happen.
Let's just repeat that here in the game. Do it one more time, and I'll give you $5.
Yeah, I'll give you the next battle pass, okay, for the time being. But now, unfortunately, even with the double knock there, Red Eyes, this is the unfortunate thing when you're playing Sanhok and even any map. It's just you get the double knocks, you have the position to potentially turn it around, but Viru nowhere close to the team, not able to support them in the time being. And
Oh my
there it is.
gosh.
Yeah, the nade
Boom
comes
goes the
through. You
dynamite.
knew it was coming eventually. Dauntless, they did lose Klaus off of that F1 jump we saw early on, but now with it being 4 elims, stage 3, talking about a top 12 finish now, you know, in the next circle shift or two, a lot of those teams are going to start dropping again.
Yeah, it's just the nature of PUBG Mobile Esports. That stage 5, stage 6 zone really dwindles the numbers and fast. So these next few minutes are going to be crucial, especially for teams like CBK, who started the day off around, you know, halfway around the overall placement board. These placement points from 8th place on are just easy accumulations if you can make it and survive to that point. But as X-Force's EXO gets X out, he's learning it the hard way. It is very tough, those very few minutes to survive through, if you're in the thick of it and sandwiched in between teams like this.
Yeah, an X-Force, man, just the broken record system of just losing players throughout the match from what I really see it as nothing. They made the vehicle rotation early on with Valak and Meow, but unfortunately EXO not having the right case. And maybe it was because it was the open top UAS he was in. I believe that was his vehicle he was trying to crawl towards, but not going to be the case. X-Force 0 eliminations. They were starting the day in that top 4 positioning off of essentially those 2 wins they had at the beginning and end of day number 1 of the PMCI Season 4 Grand Finals. But now we're seeing it here, unfortunately, struggling with it. And with you given those knocks and eliminations, especially to a team like CBK, they could potentially look for the aggression, but it actually looks like they're going to be driving right on by.
Yeah.
Take the mountaintop. And this is the spot where, unfortunately, we saw all of that action earlier on. Red Eyes, they're walking into a graveyard.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be one of those catch-22s, damned if you do, damned if you don't. But no time to waste here, because I apologize. There is no damned if you don't. They are putting the work in already on Dauntless in a distance fight, but you know, and then with that noise and commotion is going to be just honing beams for the Lions here. The Lions in the jungle. I know you said they don't belong in the jungle, but Inko proved you wrong with a massive performance in round 3 of day 1. I believe just...
Oh, yeah.
Was it, what, 20 points, 23, something?
23, I think.
Yeah, something like 20. Just an insane number. So let's see if they can keep that rumble in the jungle energy here on day 2 as they just nade battled it here with CBK. I mean, hellfire raining down like a hailstorm.
Yeah, the problem is Bruno's in. He's the one that always goes off on that off angle on the left, but unfortunately being caught out this time around to CBK, this is looking like a completely different roster from what we've seen previously in previous tournaments. And now Inco Gaming, they're forced on the back foot backs to the blue zone, and now we see Poker. He's driving up. Seven tried to make the magic happen, only getting one. And Daisy, I mean, he's the name we want to see up in this elimination feed. Unfortunately, PMC does get knocked. McGrellin now getting the full reset, and unfortunately, with this being a 2v1, 3v1 situation, now down to the 1v1, you're asking for Daisy to come back through, come back and succeed for the squad, and he finds
there's only one weapon to make it happen with. If you're going to do some miraculous tide turning here, it's going to be a shotgun, but the Wolves doing exactly what they aim to do. This is the Wolves strategy from the beginning of this match, is just focus in on these easy steals. Why not? Their name scares the lobby. Their confidence is full form. Why not? Low risk, high reward, and it's a complete shift from, you know, what we saw from them last match. They're keeping everyone guessing.
Listen, there's got to be times where you put the pedal to the metal, and there's times where you put the brakes to the metal. Okay, Red Eyes. And unfortunately, CBK, yeah, we knew it was going to happen eventually, but there was always that what if factor, right? As soon as you give yourself that chance, it puts that seed of doubt in the other team's minds on being able to perform better than them, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case. I do believe Wolves were only able to secure 2, maybe 3 out of 4 of those elimination points from CBK, so Dauntless stealing one of them away across the zone here, we can see. And Team Entity, this is one of those teams that started off, I believe, on the upper half of our leaderboard at the start, not really having a good start out of the day, dropping down into 10th place now, finding themselves in this situation, I guess you could say, of a rock and a hard place, of Dauntless as a duo above you against these other squads coming into the late game. And I'm actually seeing another team that I do like seeing a lot, actually, Red Eyes. I was mentioning them earlier on in the broadcast. X9 Esports, a team that's had a few eliminations under their belt, not as many placement points as a lot of these teams would like to see, but with them coming in, making these motions, going down, I think it's really a factor of this map order we have going on, Red Eyes, of Miramar into Sanhok into Erangel. You see people really be able to find their footing differently when you're not playing the same maps over and over in the same order.
Yeah, and if anything, it definitely illuminates a lot of strengths and weaknesses for some of these teams, for some of these players. Just to illuminate that a little bit more, you know, Inco just thriving in the jungle here on day one. Certainly finding themselves at a bit of a slower pace here this time around. But, you know, same can be said for Wolves. You know, Wolves really showing a lot of Erangel just powerhousing, just absolute confidence. But I also think just really what it boils down to is knowing the comfort of absolute adaptability. That's what the Wolves are really doing in full form here, that I think might be a little bit less or so from some teams like, let's say, LQ, you know, or Entity, or heck, you know what, I hate to say it, but even X-Force. You know, just the ability to really shift up the play and stay unpredictable, even when everyone thinks they know what you're going to do. You have that one off. Even if you've got a brand around your strategy here, like the 3-1 split with Coops being the outlier, even if they know to expect that, changing up little bits and sequences that keep everyone like Legacy and Control guessing.
Yeah, but the guessing, unfortunately, that's not going to be anything for the remainder of LQ. Them getting the one and done up the hillside. And I actually thought Valak was going to go for the shots, but instead throwing the smoke grenade, worrying about Wolves potentially going for a full slam play. Instead, Wolves losing a member, getting one elimination in return from Baton. And the circle shift does come through towards Bond. It's going to be pulling dead south, essentially, of Coop's team. Entity 9 Esports, they're going to have to start moving towards it. And unfortunately, the bottom part of that hillside is going to be completely in the opens to the likings of Coops. But now he's here as well. Ace, he's trying to keep the initiative forward. The nade comes through from Coops, and it lands right on his feet.
He did the
pre-elimination point for him. And we see these other squads now, they're starting to move in. He understands Entity. This is a different team here. He just got the knock on. Can he find the rest of them with this being a 4-man? And oh, wait a second, almost there, Wiz. He hasn't had any action, at least any action from this team, to say the least, Red Eyes, but he's definitely in a spot to be spilling wonders.
Yeah, man. Any way you look at it, the fact that almost there is up at this point and acquiring placement points, that right there, as great of a play as that could have looked, that was guaranteed. As soon as he opened that fire, he guaranteed that he sent himself back to the lobby with a first-class ticket. Now, they were able to keep a self-discipline mindset enough to make it all the way to that placement bracket and then acquire a healthy load of those placement points. But that is the inexperience showing in full form right there, with having that one surefire elim, but not really assessing the lay of the land. That is almost always a telltale sign of inexperience.
Yeah, and I think just the blessing for him is we're just going to go next. We got the one elimination point. Some people view the game differently, of course, in every way. And that's the beauty of PUBG Mobile is, you know, maybe you and I wouldn't have made certain decisions, but obviously it led them to this late game positioning for top 5. And now we see at X-Force, they're playing the snake game, trying to stay right above in the grass onto X9 Esports. And Valk, it actually looks like he wasn't seeing this. Tree's looking pretty solid for him to play behind. And even though he doesn't have the names, the utilities, maybe to find the thirst onto the X9 Esports players, he still has at least a teammate and the manpower to look for it. And there's actually an angle. Yeah, I'm liking this idea from X-Force. If he could somehow work up the hillside and maybe take the 2v1 against Baton, you have the uphill advantage against Coops. But now this is where we start seeing all the teammates start to scramble. Who's going to start moving first? And Valk got an idea of the rocks, but he's just looking for elimination steals right now. His teammate finding the player in the smoke, but Baton not taking any damage. Now it's down to Meow, brawling, watching his teammates suffer in front of him. And Valak, you got to get away from him. You got to play the information game. Gonna see each other first. Everyone proning it out on the hillside. Baton full sending it down the mountain, and he's playing the smoke, looking for him. He's the one with the teammate, and Meow finds him through the smoke. 1v2 situation now. Coops looking for him on the peaks of the smokes, and Baton, Coops, they find the shots. Red Eyes, Wolves, Esports, winner, chicken dinner.
They are howling today. Enigma, howling all the way into first place. They huff, they puff, they send the entire event back to the lobby. Impressive performance, but not a surprising performance, to say the least. And what can you say? Coops, just the man, the myth, the legend himself, responsible for 6 of the, count 'em up, Enigma, 12 elims of the match. That is a 22-point gain in round 2 of this alone. And they are already an outlier team before this match started. So this is bad news bears for just essentially everyone else in this event, because that is almost squaring off. If you're not able to absolutely halt the Wolves in their place, not just next match, but for the entirety of this rest of this event, it could very well be the rest of the lobby competing for that one remaining Titan slot.
Yeah, and I mean that $3,000, of course, as well. I mean, I don't like writing checks early, but for Wolves with their performances, right, they've been able to just perform in upper echelons compared to everywhere else. And unfortunately for these other teams, even when it's the likes of Inco Gaming or maybe X-Force on their wins, Wolves, for the most part, I believe on most of those games, most of those lobbies at least, they were able to get decent eliminations, decent placement points, and it's got to be a full dead halt, right? You got to be able to put the brakes, even just the roadblock, to say the least, now at this point onto them, but no one really seems to be getting it under the way. And for the most part, chat, of course, let us know who you think is going to be taking this next game. We're going to be going to a quick break, highlights for you guys to see, but when we come back, the breakdown from Sanhok coming your way. One elimination, I can't really picture it working out. Hey, those frog legs, whatever the case may be, that Molly really just sealed the deal for him, and I thought he was actually going to get that SON player as he was falling, but left him just enough at 1 HP. Luckily, no one else was spotting it, shooting him, steal the elimination point, but now we see it elsewhere on the map. Dauntless,
we haven't seen
taking their
much
sights towards SCP. Well, the last match, I believe, they got eliminated quite early on from that cave play, not even really able to put themselves in a fighting position, but now they understand, hey, we've got the knock on the SCP, and it actually looks like X-Force as well, finding another. So a team that I wanted to see perform well, unfortunately in the thicket of it too, of our top squads in the lobby now. Getting down to essentially a duo. Looks like Karan, he is going to be able to get the reset onto Non, but it's only going to be a matter of time until Dallas pushes up, and Klaus, he's going to be the spearhead as well. The rest of his teammates full sending by with the vehicles. The shotgun shot the neck, but really does no damage. Karan, he's going too slow. The Red Eyes, he gets two.
Listen, you don't want to mess with a Karen. I've said it time and time again. A Karen is a dangerous enemy. And just like that, you know, hey, it didn't work in their favor, but did you see that hop over the F1? That was insane.
Hey, listen, the F1, I mean, you have that guy do that IRL, and I'll give him $1 million, okay?
Yeah. Let's dial it back. Let's just repeat that here in the game. Do it one more time, and I'll give you $5.
Yeah, I'll give you the next battle pass, okay, for the time being. But now, unfortunately, even with the double knock there, Red Eyes, this is the unfortunate thing when you're playing Sanhok and even any map. It's just you get the double knocks, you have the position to potentially turn it around, but Viru nowhere close to the team, not able to support them in the time being. And there it is. Gosh. Yeah, the nade casualty town. And by the way, obviously we showed those overalls earlier, Red Eyes. Wolves Esports, like I said, 60 eliminations before the start of this game. We're talking that is 10 a game.
That's an insane
on average.
That is,
and with the rank points, that's essentially, what is that, 5 points per game?
Yeah.
Top 3 finish from the team, essentially, in every single matter, which way you look at it. So for a team like that to be having such a dominant performance, yeah, I understand maybe these bottom 8 squads, like almost their full sense, but they have a lot of practice against this sort of team. Maybe we could see improvements and stuff like that, but improvements are for scrim. Red Eyes performance is for the tournaments, and we're wanting to see which teams have it in themselves to compete against the very best from North America. And obviously those teams as well coming just off of PMSL America, to allow themselves to be in that sort of prime flow state already as a team. And we can even see it here now. Wolves, you know, full stacking vehicles, trying to get the eliminations onto at least secret ways now, maybe thinking that was X-Force, but they're full sending in oh my god, Red Eyes, what do you even do against something like this?
Oh, sorry about this, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting those replays stacked in there, but secret ways finding themselves not being so secretive at all. The Wolves have smelled the blood, and they are out on the hunt. Payne desperately in need to win. Luckily, he does find himself readily equipped with that UMP-45 and DBS. Close quarter range. Swin here, YN, definitely properly equipped in terms of weaponry for this fight.
Yeah, and for the most part, luckily for him, he was able to get the reset. His teammates putting on the pressure with the pump action and the nades. And I was actually thinking Troops is going to get knocked for a second. The Wolves looking like those teams going to get the full reset player too. I know these players might be struggling mentally.
Well, you know what? If you're struggling mentally, that's tough, because it's already kicking off. Time for a little destruction in the desert, and let's kick it off. Day 2 of the PMCI Season 4 Grand Finals starts now.
Starting now. See, I kind of love it doing this stuff with you, guys. You always make it so easy for the most part. And we see it now as well. A lot of teams dropping off early off on the plane path, starting down towards Los Leones, shooting its spearhead straight up towards the north. And we see it as well. Wolves down there to the south. Circle shift actually full pops down there just south of Los Leones. So these teams that opted towards San Martin, Hacienda, the likes of it being towards the north, right? Red Eyes, we're seeing a lot of these teams having to already make that early rotation. But if you're one of these squads in the middle that's around Wolves Esports, right, you might already be looking for a squad fight.
Yeah, and I mean, you definitely don't want to find yourself up against the big bad Wolves first round of the day, not while they are feeling themselves in full form, ending, you know, the day on top of the world. You bet your bottom dollar they came in today feeling just as confident. And, you know, the KOOPS already readily equipped UMP Uzi. It's just not a fight you want to take on, especially if you find yourself on that lower bracket half overall placement. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, they do have a little bit of congestion with none other than Second Wave. However, we got more action somewhere in the field here. It looked to me it was that full sense getting an elim on the board. Let's go check in, have a look-see on it.
And full sense, that's one of our teams that definitely was struggling yesterday. The overall rankings was not in their favor. When they make the rotation, I gotta be seeing movement way more out of these teams, right?
Yeah, like honestly, I feel like if SW wasn't prepared to make the push, then they at least had the luxury of the zone in their favor, a bit of an opportunity to use the geography and compound cover of Painan to make their escape. But to take this fight on and not really make much of that push and then dip out, well, you've used up your resources and you lost a member in the process with not much to gain from it. Well, the toast is toasting.
He's soaking.
Yeah,
he's soaking. No, I can't say he's toasting, right? He's soaked.
Yeah.
And I don't like wet bread, okay? Nothing to do with that. Whether it's honey or whether it's actual bread, okay? We don't like it when it's wet. For the most part, one team, we gotta get off that. We gotta get off that man saying we gotta see you start moving sooner rather than later. Wolves Esports getting that memo, and now we see it with Team Entity, a team that stood very well if potentially won that last game right on Miramar, unfortunately losing that 4v4 engagement against the Wolves on the mountain that ultimately led to that sort of winner chicken dinner. But with it being Sanhok, they've got the compound, they've got the 4-man up, and I do believe they have a vehicle to work with Red Eyes, so the possibility is definitely still there for this squad.
Yeah, and you know, I think you bring up a great point. Yeah, not a lot of momentum for the match yet, but you can't put enough emphasis on being a full 4-person team come in game. It's just time and time again, it's the difference between a team winner and a third place, fourth place, fifth place finish. It's just the numbers in your favor. And knowing how
unfortunately, yeah, that wasn't looking anywhere. Shifts, even though it is stage 2, a lot of squads opting to make the rotations now, with Juancho turning his sights towards the duo that actually looks like they opted to slam into the compound. So these teams really interested in seeing who all is going to be kind of congesting down when these circle shifts start to happen. Actually, it's going to be not 2 but 3 squads essentially in this string of compounds. Rival 6 Noobs Esports, as well as CBK just outside of the picture, as well as, of course, all those other teams we saw fighting on the mountaintops. And if I was one of these teams, most comfortable squad I think I'd want to be in right now in terms of at their position, definitely be Wolves. You're the team on the outside. You've got the vehicles, of course, and with you already having an elimination under your belt, Red Eyes, it allows you to understand, hey, you know, if we're forced into... Oh, and welcome back, everyone. PMCI Grand Finals, day number 2. We're talking Miramar. First match done and out. Sanhok, what we just watched, just commenced. And Red Eyes, I know there's a lot for us to talk about, so we're going to be getting right into it. The match results of that last game, right? A few big names popping off in the lobby, right? Wolves Esports, 12 total eliminations, making that 22 on the points total. We saw X-Force as well coming in hot. And for the most part, these teams, they've been shooting for the points to really be able to start shooting up the leaderboards. Because seeing here, X9 just off that game alone, Red Eyes,
10-point game
total points. And these other teams right below them, they're foreign to me for the most part, being on the upper 8, but they're desperately needing the points.
Hey, let's just give a little bit of highlight to that. You know, the fact that we see Almost There, Entity, and Legacy and Control in 4th, 5th, and 6th, that's definitely a change of pace from day one.
Yeah. And day one, I mean, that's definitely what the changes need to be had. Let's pull up that overall for everyone to really kind of understand what changes have been happening throughout the last few matches. This is going to be after game 8, ladies and gentlemen watching in the chat. These are updated overall scores with Wolves Esports. I mean, a 60-point gap essentially between them and second place. But Red Eyes, the rest of the lobby, it's looking pretty close.
Yep, yeah. I think that while it can be said that there's definitely a lot of congestion from 2nd to 5th, there is a bit of an issue, and that it's that we are seeing just a gap here already at the halfway marker of this event, pre halfway marker of the event, where the Wolves are literally almost doubling the points of the second place holders. They're riding 130 here, where second place has 73 points. That is essentially saying that for second place to steal the crown, they would have to double what they have done in the previous 8 matches, aside from the Wolves not getting any points. That is going to be an almost impossible feat. So what's...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, for the most part, it's just we're never going to expect one of those teams, right, to really be able to kind of make the leap unless they have those back-to-back performances. Like, we know they maybe could put up, right? It's not like it's a matter of if they can do it. It's a matter of when they can do it and if it's going to be in this tournament or not. With this being kind of this next match being the Erangel coming up, after that Erangel, Red Eyes, we will be at the halfway point of the tournament. If you're already seeing this huge point gap on that overalls, when we looked at it, it's going to be speaking to one thing. But the rest of these squads, I mean, whether it's you already having a slot to that Titan Series Premier Finals or not, as well as that $3,000 up on the line for any of those top 5 placements, it's going to be a matter of who's really going to be able to perform, not only in this first half of the tournament, but the latter half as well.
Yeah, and you know, it's just, I think you said it best. Now that we are here at the halfway marker, there is a mental factor that is really starting to set in for the bottom 10 placing teams. Let's just say it. The bottom 15 placing teams, 14 placing teams. There is a real panic factor setting in, and it should have probably set in at the start of the day, but that halfway mark really saying, all right, we've already squared half of this event over, and there is a huge disparity here between the first place holders and the entire rest of the playing field. This could very well become a battle for second.
Yeah, and the map especially, just with it being this sort of whole screen that we're seeing now, a lot of it's going to be coming down to where these teams have to really end up. Playing path starting just over Milta, down on that southeast side, going all the way up north towards Severny. So any squad that likes landing in that Gacka, Primorsk, maybe even South George area, going to be struggling to make the rotation in, to say the least. But we're seeing a lot of teams, the stretching coming through. We're looking at 4 Sexy Frogs, Noobs, Esports, as well as the Wolves being right around each other in the farmland. And I expect most of these teams to really kind of be looking for the vehicles. But we saw yesterday, Red Eyes, 4 Sexy Frogs tried to tussle with the Wolves. And unfortunately, we're essentially, I believe there's only 3 of them eliminated, but we can consider that a squad wipe, right? You're not really going to be doing much as a solo so early on in the match. And now we see it as well. Yeah, Baton, he's going to be the one tested, already getting 1 knock under his name. And with other players like Juancho having the vehicles already in their grasp as well, 4 Sexy Frogs, we don't even have a weapon in our hands right now.
Yeah, Enigma, I think it can be said best this way. Baton said, I tried frog legs, and they taste like chicken. I just had a chicken dinner. I think I could go for some more. High protein, easy claps. Baton just bullying them one by one. And realistically, as much as I want to, criticize the Frogs on this one, I feel like this is just a bit more of a run of bad luck, not getting the proper equipment. Or maybe it could boil down to just not having that jump speed that you need to have. But if that is the case, that is not a mistake that you want to be making in a comp scene of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, and I mean, I just really wonder if it's, a misplay for chance, but knowing that it's Wolves and they're back-to-back, but oh my goodness,
SAT.
Know that Exo trying to find the marks, and he's got 1 with it, but no vest, no helmet, a VSS as his swap's gonna leave it up for chance. And if you're gonna get the shots, but Meow, he runs up the stairs, no support from Exo, forcing themselves into the 1v1s, and he's trying to get the Thirst on his hands. Where the player's at, but the shots through the doorway. The Thirst trades him out for 90% of his HP, Red Eyes. And
but Enigma,
player 2, you got to find the shots.
This shouldn't have happened. This shouldn't have been. This is, yes, it's an X-Force, victory over that altercation. It's also X-Force essentially losing 75% of their player base that they did not need to lose here. And that push, I have several issues with it, but you essentially allowed the solo of Second Wave to get that second wave of hope and get those easy knocks, running up the staircase alone, just a one shot, one and done, and then picking them off one at a time. That's a mistake that you don't expect a team as talented and experienced as X-Force to make. And it just tells me one thing, Enigma, is that I think it's almost safe to say that X-Force is feeling on a tilt already.
Yeah.
That rough match one leading into what we saw in Sanhok, followed by this. This is the vulnerability of X-Force. When they are in their prime, you gotta just stay out of their way. The hovercraft heroes will get you. But when they are feeling low, it is a real vulnerable weak spot, an Achilles heel for a team like that. And, for it to be at the hands of one of the bottom performing teams, I think just goes to show, just a split second of error can undo a lot of hard work.
Yeah, and the hard work, unfortunately, they started the day, I'll say it time and time again, top 4 on the overalls. Now they were currently sitting, I believe, in 3rd place, tied with CBK Esports at the 68 point total. So them going out early is allowing other teams like Dauntless, Noobs Esports, even SON potentially to close the gap, if not pass them on the overalls. And yeah, we know X-Force, their namesake team. They played in PMSL Americas with Wolves and the likes of them. But them coming in now to the rest of the lobby and stuff like that, we got to understand, we got to be able to see the dominance like Wolves is putting up. And unfortunately, it's really only been just the Wolves competing here tonight. And this is on a Severny drop. I'm wondering if this was maybe a new drop spot they were looking to take, but nonetheless allowing another team to be able to really just kind of steamroll you in that regard is going to be the bearer of bad news, I guess you could say. But I guess winning that 1v1 at the end, he does salvage it for the Elims, but 4 points is
4 points versus losing 70. Yeah, it's you're trying to find a cup half full outlook on it, but any way you look at it, 4 Elim points that could have been gained from staying alive from 8th place up to 5th. So yeah. Essentially, that this was not a loss that they should have had, but I think it does illuminate just how much of a mental factor is played here in these professional esports events. Even some of the best can fall victim to the pressure. And yeah, you said it best. Today is about the Wolves. Basically start to finish so far, they've been really the only team putting up these risks, these high risk, high reward situations. But the thing that they really have going for them is just the mental factor that they've pushed outward, their name, their precedence. I mean, when you get one of your teammates knocked from a wolf, I think it's a lot higher odds that the team is going to have those split seconds of panic or try to retreat, bow out of dodge. Anything you want to think of here, it's hesitance and mistakes up against the big bad wolves. And they know it. They can smell that fear. They smell that fear when you're two of you turn your back on Coops and try to tuck tail. It's easy claps, and so why wouldn't they? We were just talking about poker of CBK. Well, in poker, when you have a high chip stack, that's when you bully the table. That is when you place high bets with weak cards. And boy, does the Wolves illuminate that strategy in full form, because we've seen them, Enigma. We've seen it backfire several times, even in this event. But they stick to what they know best, and the results speak for themselves.
And unfortunately now the team that, EXO, he did win that 1v1 at the very end, 3 eliminations to his name. Him getting found out by Punjab, SEP. Fan favorites, I'd have to say, from a lot of our viewers watching here tonight. Them as well as Noobs Esports finding their marks early on in this Erangel. And with this being the halfway point match, round number, I guess you could say match number 3 for day number 2, 9 total. Allows these other teams to really kind of get a feel for the land. And I said it at the start of day 1, Red Eyes, of just this idea of when you come into the matches, day 1, you can look back and say, hey, we maybe had a few mistakes. We've only got a few points here and there. But that second day really creeps up on you. And then after, as soon as you finish this Erangel game, you're going to look back and say, if you're any one of these bottom 9 teams, I'm going to be calling them out right now, Red Eyes. Full Sense, 4 Sexy Frogs, almost there, Legacy and Control, even SCP and Team Entity. We're needing to see a lot more out of you guys. You got here for a reason, whether it was eliminations, whether it was placement points, making that top 3, whatever the case may be. Got to be able to find those points. Now you cannot allow a team like Wolves, even though they have so much experience and prowess over you, we still got to see moments of brilliance out of the squads.
But let's take note here of what is happening on the playing field. There is a lot of, I don't want to say passive play, but reserved strategies being implemented here by, I'd say, at least 15 of the teams here in this match. However, we are seeing something else from one team in particular. The Wolves out here constantly looking for action. You know, I don't want to have all the camera time being on one team, but one team is out here looking for action where the rest are clearly trying to get to that end game. But, ooh, well, X9, could they be the underdogs to sort of change the ties, or will Almost There, one of the lowest hitters of this event thus far, find their footing here at the halfway mark?
Yeah, on the halfway mark, I mean, obviously it's going to be the namesake. Fortunately enough for them, they still have 4 members up, and with them holding that sort of Walmart compound next to the graveyard and this Alamo compound Wolves currently occupies, not sure if Wolves is actually full 4-man here or if they're split up around this area, but yeah, it looks like they're holding a 2-2 split somewhere off in Narnia. But the rest of these teams, you got to be worried on these rotations, right? Wolves is definitely a team that if they get the shots when you drive up, they are going to be able to get those eliminations under their belt. We see Wicks as well now. Yeah, they're going to be holding the split from Prison's western edge towards the shelter side, that sniper tower and the mountain ridge. I'm going to be occupying this. And with it being stage 2, I'm liking a lot of these positions teams are taking, especially, wow, SON. This is going to be that logging area just southeast, of that Wolves position. So a lot of teams holding some pretty unique splits in my eyes, Red Eyes, something new that we haven't really seen before in some teams.
Yeah, but I gotta say, I do like the positioning of Straight Outta Nepal here. However, what do we see time and time again be the bane of this area? It is the inevitable third-party opportunities that it presents, meaning that there's so much tree cover and elevation that teams like Dauntless can essentially, if there is a fight actively happening with Straight Outta Nepal and LQ, Dauntless will have a really simple opportunity to just come pick off the scraps easily, and very likely wouldn't even necessarily have to wait for the end of an altercation with SON and LQ, given LQ's performance thus far.
Yeah, and LQ, unfortunately, it's just they are desperately needing points. I'm really interested in seeing, we talked about it day 1, how many of these teams on the bottom 8 are going to opt to try to shoot up that leaderboard the final day, and which ones are wanting to, you know, kind of play spoiler?
Yeah, and I think that we are for sure going to see some event changers in our bottom bracket teams. And case in point, like we've got Dauntless up against the likes of FS, Full Sense right now. Full Sense has had a rough experience in this event. I believe entering this match at the very bottom of the bracket board.
Oh yeah.
And coming in day 3, what do you got to lose? Why not risk, you know, just punishing some of the teams who have, you know, put that embarrassment on you in day 1 and 2? If you know you're not running away with any of the cash, if you know that there is not a chance to be forged in fire at the Titan Series Premier League, well, you have one other opportunity left and afforded to you. You can set the tone for your team and show everyone in the chat, show everyone else participating in this event just what you did to make it to this stage.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's just you always want to keep yourself in that competitive sphere, you know, of qualification. And unfortunately, I've never been in any of those instances, being in the very bottom of the leaderboard and looking for performances. But now we're seeing a team that's definitely around the middle ground. SON looking for the shots, but Assault butchering it. Nade and hand in front of him. Not going to find a single lick of damage, but oh man, he does clean it up for him. Saves himself some embarrassment. Does have one player knocked and thirsted, but now we see it in the background. You love making note of it, Red Eyes. Wolves Esports They're looking for the third party
That's
on
the name of the
Legacy
game.
in control, and I think they're going to maybe at least find one, if not both players
I
on
think they're
LG.
going to get them both, man. I think that they're so confident in this, and this is exactly what I called, that they didn't necessarily have to wait for the finish on Legacy and Control, and they didn't. They're not intimidated by Legacy and Control, and all due respect to Straight Outta Nepal, but the Wolves really don't seem to have a reason to fear any of the teams currently in the context of how much they lead, meaning that even if they're not sure if they can come out of a fight victorious, at this point, I see them risking it. And I think it'll be the right move because they've got that so much slack in the rope. They have the opportunity to pull off insane plays just for funsies. That is not a position that the other remaining teams want to find themselves in. When you've got Coops ready to just flex on you, when you got Juancho so confident that they're operating on a 2-2 split across the map, it's bad news bears for the playing field, and I think it's a contest for silver at that point.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't like being the one that, like I said earlier, just giving them the first place kind of title already, but seeing the dominance, really just showing the difference in the level of play. And with the circle shift, we saw it as well. They have a prime spot of real estate in that circle, especially them holding a split, shifting towards the southern field of Mansion. This full open field. This is the best compound for you to be holding in this zone. And for the most part, unfortunately, Wolves, with them holding a split, they might have to worry about full slams. It actually looks like that happened to their teammates.
Yep. Look, we about to, T-bone him.
No, come on, we can't be doing all that. You're getting a little over eager with that one.
I'm not gonna lie. I definitely leaned into that a little too hard. I don't know. I feel like it's just like when you're at a NASCAR race and you see them almost crash, and you should be thankful, but you're like, I wanted to see it.
I'm right there with you. Let me see it flip.
Yeah, I want to see some devastation. Well, devastation could be the name of the game here, Enigma, because I do believe we saw Rival 6 already clustering in along the likes of Entity, but guess what? It's not just them. SEP, Sherry Punjab, showing up to the party, gonna try to make a name for themselves at this halfway marker of the PMCI Season 4 Grand Finals Day 2.
And we see it now. They were actually the team that held that upper part of Mushroom Compound. His teammate moving forward, but man, he's getting a little bit low there. Entity now full loss through Rival 6. And Rival 6, they've got at least 2 of them. 4 players still remaining. The solo of Team Entity now being found out. And SCP, they're trying to push the initiative, but I'm a little worried here. That was a 4-for-0 trade, Red Eyes. No knocks on the Rival 6. And now we see the over-eagerness come through. If you're SCP, if you're a fan of them, you need to see some of these nades start to connect.
And honestly, I wonder what was Karan doing there, letting his teammate get all the attention, but that's your opportunity to use the off angle. Come in and surprise, but now it's all on Inder yet again, all on his own, making a final save at the DBS, and boom. Well, Rival 6 rivaled not by SCP in that match. SCP still, I want to give them the credit where credit is due. Just to see that push shows me a change in the tides, a change in the strategy, and that's the only possible way to adapt, is to be ready to make those changes. It's just, unfortunately, out-experienced, outmanned, and outflexed.
Yeah, it's just really unfortunate stuff to see. And now, unfortunately, with them leaving that uphill compound, CBK, they drove from that compound to Mansion, and they said, hey, you know, we're going to turn right back around towards this sort of uphill spot. And now we see it, Rival 6. They understand, I believe, through the elimination feed, this is going to be just a 3-man next to him. So Sadra trying to at least have some motion in this compound, start moving. You don't like players staying still in this 2-stack. And with ZZZ, he's in nade range, but it looks like he already ate one earlier on. The blue zone almost.
It's a stage 5 zone.
We see the nade. Oh my goodness. The medkit just goes off,
Hellfire.
but the rest of the team, they got to deal with it. And actually looks like they cut their losses, Rival 6. They're leaving their solo player up on the building, but he's making do with just him. He got a double knock through the window upstairs, and now the third one just misses the mark. Almost gets the last remaining player, and your Rival 6, you're a little mad. You got baited out there, but now you got to turn right back around, toast coming through the window, finding the shots, and he does get it. CBK full eliminated. I like the aggression from Mansion, but unfortunately, we got to be able to pressure Rival 6.
Yeah,
Now
but
9
Enigma,
total eliminations.
this is exactly what we saw yesterday. A little bit of a repeat from day one. Rival 6 certainly starting the day off yesterday. Not at a bad performance really at any point, but certainly not the first half of the day, the strength that we would need to see. However, those last 3 matches, they really seem to find their aggression, and I think a little bit can be said here for the same of day 2. However, I don't like that previous altercation that they came out so victoriously on against SEP. It wasn't a situation that I think that they really should have been able to have that revive on. So yeah, they're doing great here. I don't know if they'll get that lucky again a second time around.
Definitely not. We see Inco Gaming. As soon as that knock came through from Bruno, it's just Vitali right there next to him, applying the pressure with the vehicles. And that's the big key kind of change in the last few years of competitive PUBG Mobile, is these vehicles coming in and really just allowing yourselves to just outbody, out kind of health department some of these teams, because you don't hit the shots, the headshots at least, through the vehicle sort of windows, you're definitely not going to be able to blow it up anytime soon, especially if it's driving at you. Now we see it almost there. They're the team that slammed into this wizard tower, took the elimination onto one of the Wolves members, and now it looks like a full, squad wipe. It looks like Guste having 3 out of 5 total, and now we're starting to see a lot of teams, actually, Red Eyes, looking like they're trying to find their spot in this next circle shift.
Enigma, the noobs pushing onto Inco Gaming. Talk about real adaptability here. This is a team who has completely left me dumbfounded in the shift of skill that we saw from the first half of the day yesterday to the second half, and then continuing to improve in the beginning 3 matches. And now look at this, engaging and aggressing on one of the top performing teams of this event. This is exactly what I like to see from a newcomer team like this.
Yeah, and you can't be afraid of any of the big names, the big boys in the lobby, sort of speak.
I called it.
Right?
Knew it. Yep. Caster curse right there.
But we got to start cutting your mic off.
That's right, man. I'm telling you.
They're going to start sending PayPals over saying, hey, we got to...
Or we just need to start using it, man. Let me start hyping up how, some of these Brazilian teams at the world stage. And start discrediting NA. And let's just get ourselves a dub.
Listen, if we curse every other team outside of NA, then NA will surely be on top.
We're gonna, absolutely, man. It's reverse psychology, but if you knew the Red Eyes cast curses as well as some people in the NA community, hey, it's worth a shot. I mean, at this point, it's worth a shot.
Yeah, shots now as well. They're going to start really kind of slowing down a bit. We see the circle shift pulls out towards the field of Wolves Esports. A little bit of a 2-1 split. Wicks almost getting knocked there, but luckily has just enough of a ridge line to play spoiler behind. Hopefully, though, he's able to keep the buggy up. He has a little bit of room. Doesn't have to go too far to get into the next circle shift, but
if that vehicle, like, if they take out his vehicle,
he's got enough. I think he's got it.
Yeah, all he's got to do is make it into the next zone and blow it up, and that's far enough. I mean, I don't really see him keeping that vehicle much further, but the fact that Almost There has his attention, or he has their attention, it does spell trouble for me, because he can't really likely engage or at least acquire any thirst on Inco or Dauntless if he does get a knock. It would just be kind of out in the open, vulnerable range unless he stays prone. And I don't see it actually amounting to any thirst here. So, if anything, he's got an opportunity to lay low. But Rivals up against none other than Full Sense here, down to the very last rival left, but 9 elims to their name and an opportunity to really get some third-party steals here. Oh, yes. Let's see.
Here we go. Yeah, just throw it all. This is going to be right on the lip, just down below. Only vehicles covering, and he gets 2 of them with the long arm. 1 player remaining, actually making doubles. EZZ finding himself in a situation. Nades coming through from another team, and he almost gets him, but unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. Now down to a solo in the nade.
I gotta say it.
My
Full
goodness.
Sense, they sensed some of that, but they did not sense what was coming next. And oof, regardless, any way you look at it, making it all the way to a 5th place elimination with some elims to their name, that's a huge improvement, a step up moving forward. Can they maintain that? We'll see. Regardless, the Lions are roaring in. And gosh, how many Lions versus Wolves stories have we read in like folklore myths?
Too many.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say this is one where generally I would call it a fair fight. But I think the momentum and mental factor here is going to be huge. Inko is performing pretty phenomenally this match, though, and still with 3 members up, it could be the comeback they need.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday as well. Inko Gaming, even though they didn't have a strong start to day number 1, they were able to turn it around and keep themselves in the name of the game. And unfortunately, it looks like Wolves Esports, they left the field and tried to group up with Wix, maybe looking for a third party on that far southern edge, but unfortunately just being a little bit too slow. And now we're starting to really get to see a lay of the land here. Dauntless solo next to Inko Gaming, as well as the Wolves and almost their squad. So
but Enigma
with Sherpe standing up, him going out here is going to be big for at least Inko Gaming understanding the rest of the lobby, because they're one of the only teams, they're actually at a 3-man, so almost they're the only team as a 4-man Red Eyes. That speaks dividends, because it allows you to know that, hey, this is either a 4v2v4 or it's both squads having 3 and 3. And now you see the elimination feed start to light up almost there. 1 onto both Wolves and Inko Gaming. So them being the 4-man, getting 1 down on both trio teams, that makes it a 4v2 in any way they push.
Like, you know, let's talk about it here. Sherpa Blue, once again, a solo on his team before the elimination. That has been the trend of this event for them. And unfortunately, that does boil down to more than just coincidence. But on the same line of argument, almost there. Repeating a little bit of that momentum that they built in last match. Now, a 2nd match in a row, acquiring that placement bracket points. But look, 8 elims, and they are the only full 4-piece team that I see here. And that is a great position to be in, especially when the Wolves are already squaring off. Unfortunately, they're squaring off against Knight's teammates. But their saving grace is that they don't have Knight's attention. Knight doesn't have their attention. He has an opportunity to get more placement points, lay low under the radar, while the Wolves put out their noise, put out their location for Inko. Almost there has a real opportunity with this 2-2 split to get some extra placement points that they would not have if they had stayed a singular group. It's a risk.
Yeah, now we see it as well. Inko Gaming, they're leaving their 2-2 split. They're trying to drive right up into Wolves. They understand that, hey, almost there has way too much control in this open part. Vitali now one tested group. Gets 1 down to DBS. Not going to make it to the other member. Just 1 HP. And Wancho not going to overpeak. He's going to play it slow. McGrellin as well, going for the med kits. And you make the wonders happen. Who's going to be able to really get that knock clean? But the nade comes through, finding good damage down. But Bruno in the back, getting traded out by almost there. And this is really just a battle for second here, Red Eyes. Who's going to be going out first? Unfortunately, it's going to be Wancho next found out. And Wix now going to be getting 1 knock, but getting the rest of the team slammed onto him. Almost there.
They were the bottom placing team entering day 2. They just took out the high ground first place holders. That just shows, you know, anything can happen in a split second. But boy, oh boy, the nades are raining. McGrellin cooking them up like Martha Stewart herself. And Asta is down for the count. Knight retaliating onto Bruno, evening the odds. But McGrellin has more utilities where that came from, Enigma.
Yeah, and unfortunately for him, it's just him left alive. The nades, he did connect onto 1, but no thirst onto Asta, meaning that he's got to stand up and take the fight if he wants that 1 extra elimination point. And now, trying to play it slow. No vest to his name. I mean, look at this. It's essentially going to be a few shots to the chest that'll do him dirty. And no medkit either. He's not even going to get the chance. He finds him on the vehicle jump. Winner, chicken dinner. Almost there, Red Eyes.
To see it, man. Like, hey, we said it at the beginning of the day. There were certain patterns forming and certain things that we could assess a team on. And remember what I said at the very, very beginning of the day. It can often be a bit impulsive to judge a team from just even one day. I get that it was 6 matches, but it was 6 matches all kind of in that same mental. Now, almost there, really sort of living up to that name here with the progress that they've set today, making it a stronger and stronger performance as these matches progress. And now a chicken dinner, a taste of the chicken with, count them up, 12 elims, literally matching the Wolves' performance on Sanhok. This is a different team altogether than we have seen in the day one. I mean, I don't want to say the first half, because what they have done today has certainly shown a lot of improvement, and I don't want to discredit that. But this is going to be crucial coming into our next match. Almost There has a real opportunity to feel this flow, to feel this momentum, but it's all going to be, will that experience of being able to have that self-control, dialing back when you need to dial back, but also feeling the confidence wave and knowing when to push, knowing when to get aggressive with the team. I think, honestly, last match is the first time we saw that from Almost There, and I think we saw it again this match. They're seeing the benefit of it. It's going to come down to what's going to happen next match, as I think going to set the tone for Almost There's remainder of this event.
Yeah, and for the most part, we don't want it to be a one and done. We saw Noobs Esports day one kind of having that repeat factor of that win going into some better elimination points. And for the most part, chat, we'll have to be wondering, of course, how Almost There will be after this winner chicken dinner. That'll be game number 9, match 3 of day number 2. When we come back, chat, don't go anywhere. We're going to be going to a quick break. When we come back, of course, the breakdown coming your way. Hey, those frog legs, whatever the case may be, that Molly really just sealed the deal for him. And I thought he was actually going to get that SON player as he was falling, but left him just enough at 1 HP. Luckily, no one else was spotting it, shooting him, steal the elimination point. But now we see it elsewhere on the map. Dauntless.
We haven't seen
taking
much
their sights towards SCP. Well, the last match, I believe, they got eliminated quite early on from that cave play. Not even really able to put themselves in a fighting position. But now they understand, hey, we've got the knock on the SCP. And it actually looks like X-Force as well, finding another. So a team that I wanted to see perform well, unfortunately, in the thicket of it, 2 of our top squads in the lobby now. Being down to essentially a duo. Looks like Karan, he is going to be able to get the reset onto Non, but it's only going to be a matter of time until Dauntless pushes up, and Klaus, he's going to be the spearhead as well. The rest of his team in full sending by with the vehicles. The shotgun shot the neck, but really does no damage. Karan, he's going too slow. The red eyes, he gets 2.
Listen, you don't want to mess with a Karen. I've said it time and time again. A Karen is a dangerous enemy. And just like that, hey, it didn't work in their favor, but did you see that hop over the F1? That was insane.
Hey, listen, the F1, I mean, you have that guy do that IRL, and I'll give him $1 million. Okay?
Yeah. Let's dial it back. Let's just repeat that here in the game. Do it one more time, and I'll give you $5.
Yeah, I'll give you the next battle pass. Okay, for the time being. But now, unfortunately, even with the double knock there, Red Eyes, this is the unfortunate thing when you're playing Sanhok, and even any map. It's just you get the double knocks, you have the position to potentially turn it around, but Viru nowhere close to the team, not able to support them in the time being. And there it is. Gosh. Yeah, the nade casualty town. And by the way, obviously we showed those overalls earlier, Red Eyes. Wolves Esports, like I said, 60 eliminations before the start of this game. We're talking that is 10 a game.
That's an insane
on average. And with the rank points, that's essentially, what is that, 5 points per game?
Yeah.
Top 3 finish from the team, essentially, in every single matter, which way you look at it. So for a team like that to be having such a dominant performance, yeah, I understand maybe these bottom 8 squads, like Almost There, Full Sense, but they had a lot of practice against this sort of team. Maybe we could see improvements and stuff like that, but improvements are for scrims, Red Eyes. Performance is for the tournaments, and we're wanting to see which teams have it in themselves to compete against the very best from North America. And obviously, those teams as well coming just off of PMSL America, allowing themselves to be in that sort of prime flow state already as a team. And we can even see it here now. Wolves, full stacking vehicles, trying to get eliminations onto at least secret ways now, maybe thinking that was X-Force, but they're full sending in red. Oh my god, Red Eyes, what do you even do against something like this?
Oh! Sorry about this,
no.
ladies and gentlemen. We are getting those replays stacked in there. But Secret Ways finding themselves not being so secretive at all. The Wolves have smelled the blood, and they are out on the hunt. Payne desperately in need to win. Luckily, he does find himself readily equipped with that UMP 45 and DBS. Close quarter range. Swin here, YN. Definitely properly equipped in terms of weaponry for this fight.
Yeah, and for the most part, luckily for him, he was able to get the reset. His teammates putting on the pressure with the pump action and the nades. And I was actually thinking Shoots was going to get knocked for a second, but Wolves looking like both teams didn't get the full reset player. I know these players might be struggling mentally.
Well, you know what? If you're struggling mentally, that's tough because it's already kicking off. Time for a little destruction in the desert, and let's kick it off. Day 2 of the PMCI Season 4 Grand Finals starts now.
Starting now. See, I kind of love it doing this stuff with you, right? You always make it so easy for the most part. And we see it now as well. A lot of teams dropping off early off on the plane path, starting down towards Los Leones, shooting its spearhead straight up towards the north. And we see it as well. Wolves down there to the south. Circle shift actually full pops down there just south of Los Leones. So these teams that opted towards San Martin, Hacienda, the likes of it being towards the north, right? Red Eyes, we're seeing a lot of these teams having to already make that early rotation. But if you're one of these squads in the middle that's around Wolves Esports, right, you might already be looking for a squad fight.
Yeah, and I mean, you definitely don't want to find yourself up against the big bad Wolves first round of the day, not while they are feeling themselves in full form, ending, the day on top of the world. You bet your bottom dollar they came in today feeling just as confident. And, the KOOPS already readily equipped UMP Uzi. It's just not a fight you want to take on, especially if you find yourself on that lower bracket half overall placement. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, they do have a little bit of congestion with none other than Second Wave. However, we got more action somewhere in the field here. It looked to me it was that Full Sense getting an elim on the board. Let's go check in, have a look-see on it.
And Full Sense, that's one of our teams that definitely was struggling yesterday. The overall rankings was not in their favor. What makes the rotation? I gotta be seeing movement way more out of these teams, right?
Yeah, like honestly, I feel like if SW wasn't prepared to make the push, then they at least had the luxury of the zone in their favor, a bit of an opportunity to use the geography and compound cover of Painan to make their escape. But to take this fight on and not really make much of that push and then dip out, well, you've used up your resources and you lost a member in the process with not much to gain from it. Well, the toast is toasting.
He's soaking.
Yeah,
he's soaking. No, I can't say he's toasting, right? He's soaked.
Yeah.
And I don't like wet bread, okay? Nothing to do with that. Whether it's honey or whether it's actual bread, okay? We don't like it when it's wet. For the most part, one team, we gotta get off that. We gotta get off that man saying we gotta see you start moving sooner rather than later. Wolves Esports getting that memo, and now we see it with Team Entity, a team that stood very well if potentially won that last game right on Miramar, unfortunately losing that 4v4 engagement against the Wolves on the mountain that ultimately led to that sort of winner chicken dinner. But with it being Sanhok, they've got the compound, they've got the 4-man up, and I do believe they have a vehicle to work with Red Eyes, so the possibility is definitely still there for this one.
Yeah, and I think you bring up a great point. Yeah, not a lot of momentum for the match yet, but you can't put enough emphasis on it.
Welcome back, everyone. Day number 2 of the PUBG Mobile Control Invitational Grand Finals. We're talking 2 Titan Series slots. We're talking $3,000 total dollars up on the line for these contestants to be competing for. And Red Eyes, we just saw that last match, Erangel coming down to the wire, but unfortunately for Wolves, for Inco Gaming, they weren't the reigning champions for that map. Let's bring in those match results for us to kind of do a quick little breakdown on who really was the successful squads in the lobby. And almost there, like you said, Red Eyes, just falling short of being in that top echelon of most points from a winner chicken dinner, but 22 total definitely doesn't feel too bad.
Yeah, no, and however, I can't stress exactly what you're saying enough, but there is a separate factor to this, is that it's going to take not just you changing your performance, but also changing the performance that the Wolves does. And so, yes, a 22-point gain, phenomenal. But as long as the Wolves are putting up any points at all at this point, and like numbers like 14 points, we've seen chicken dinners from teams with that accumulated less than 14 points from that. We've seen teams win with less than 3 elims. So this 14-point, what is it, third place finish for the Wolves? That is essentially no sweat off their shoulder. They are not a bit concerned, though. That is a healthy point gain for a team that before entering this match literally almost doubled second place. Let's just say it, almost there. Wow. Like I did not expect a point showing like that.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, pardon me, this is the overall scores will speak for themselves right here and now. Straight out of Nepal in great performances in some lights, but let's look in comparison to what first place holds right here. The Wolves.
For the most part, it's just first place. Obviously, the Wolves, we understand their lead. It's only going to be growing from here, right? But we're interested on the rest of the lobby, right? We understand Inco Gaming, X-Force, the points have slowly started to try to catch up to the Wolves, but these other names near at the bottom, I'm especially looking at this 6th, 7th, 8th range. Noobs, Esports, Rival 6, and Secret Ways. These are the names I think we're going to have to start saying if they want to move up the leaderboard. They want us to start talking about them more because we need to see more signs from them. We've seen some moments of brilliance, of course, especially with Noobs Esports being the one with the win out of those other squads, now bringing it back to these other two teams needing to find their own stride in the winner chicken dinner columns, because everywhere else on this, we see it. Everywhere else on the top 8 is going to already have wins under their belt, while
look at this, though,
you're
Enigma.
wondering their Red Eyes almost there. 41 points. I mean, they're not on the top 8, but
they climbed from
16th
to 10th today so far. They started the day, I believe, in last place.
Amazing.
This is, let's just talk about the mental of that even. The mental that you have to have entering the day in last place to follow that up, pardon me, with a chicken dinner. I mean, that you don't see that kind of quick change of pace, that quick focus in, dial in, lock in, and change up your entire flow successfully. That is not that common, especially not entering the day in last.
Yeah, and last place, I mean, that's definitely not a spot that you want to be leaving yourself in any regard, right? But for these other teams, that really just speaks volumes of how little that bottom half of the leaderboard, the points totals, were having themselves at. We're talking it's only 18 games. They've only had played 8 before that last match, now make it 9. So you having only those 10, 20, I guess 30 is a decent enough number, but anything below 40 is going to be putting the fire under your seat of saying, hey, you need to start performing now, or you're not going to be performing at all the rest of the event, because the hot gets hotter and the cold gets colder. Wolves Esports, X-Force, Inco, they've all performed well, and then it leaves it up for these middle of the pack teams, especially with Noobs Esports. I'm happy they're actually one of the squads fighting now, because we get to see, this is the halfway point. If you're able to have a successful 4v4 fight and then a successful Sanhok match coming into match 4 on the day, I only expect them to perform well the rest of the matches.
It's exactly what I was saying for like a team like Almost There. This match is going to be Almost There's most important, one of their most important matches of this event. It's going to determine, in my opinion, how they'll be playing moving forward. If they are able to maintain that confidence in being aggressive and capitalizing on these split-second pushes, it's all going to kind of boil down to it, because if they don't do it this match, I don't see them feeling confident moving into match 5 of the day. I don't. So it's going to take a little bit of continuous progression for Almost There. And I think it all boils down to this match to determine if that's going to be what they do.
Yeah, and for this match especially, I mean, Sanhok, I can't repeat it enough, right? Just the team coordination has to be superb, and unfortunately, it looks like Coffee Tree Stay going to be the first one down and out for the team. Winter now, he does have 2 nades. Unfortunately, no vest to his name. Now picking up a level 1, but leaving yourselves in these awkward positions, especially if you're the one up close and personal, making the noise. It allows these other teams to maybe position themselves a bit easier against you. And we actually see one of the players here. It's actually going to be one of the Full Sense members snaking on the roof, potentially.
Cute. It looks. Oh, Ken, I see him.
Yeah, he's playing. Spoiler. It looks like they do understand. Cat God does know he's there off that nade. There's no way you throw a random nade like that without knowing there's someone there. 100%. Unfortunately, just short on the shingles. We see Ken's able to get a little bit under the lip from that upper roof angle, but now we need to see it. These squads need to make the engagements, and if you're Full Sense, you know where these players are kind of split up after seeing the nade thrown Red Eyes. I want to see them potentially group and push down onto some of these solos.
While this is happening, we've got several fights unwinding before us here. It looks like Rival 6 in the clutches of none other than X-Force. X-Force potentially in a world of hurt, and yes, it is so. Remember what I said last match, Enigma? Oh. It definitely seems, that X-Force is on a tilt, and to see them down to their final hope in stage 1 with 3 minutes remaining, it confirms it. It confirms the suspicion, the fear that it is a tilted X-Force. Just the severe disparity between the chicken dinner performance from yesterday to what we've seen from them today, it's night and day.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's just not it's more day and night almost. I think they've kind of just turned off lights on at the house, but no one's home. And unfortunately, just now, we just go right back into the winners of last match, going just down on the bridge. Dauntless, full sending up onto him. Klaus, looks like he, not sure if that was out of a vehicle or what, but 1v2 essentially under his name now. 2 eliminations, and if you're an Almost There fan now, you got such a strong last game right now, just struggling to find your mark. And we always make the notion, as soon as you see one of these bottom teams get a win, Red Eyes, we always put the question of, is it a one and done, or are you going to start performing well? And unfortunately, I think we've got our answer now with it. Secret Ways now as well, finding their mark onto X9 Esports, the same spot we've seen X9 Esports kind of struggle with, this boot camp hillside coming in along the river. You believe the zone's pulled south, but it's an interesting point. What are you thinking of, Red Eyes?
Didn't both these teams drop here the first Sanhok? Didn't they drop together at boot camp?
They dropped at boot camp.
I feel like it was X9 and SW, Secret Ways, that dropped there and then ended up having a bit of a standstill for a bit. I'm pretty sure, yeah. So it is interesting if that is the case, if memory is serving correctly, that they're both implementing kind of the same drop spots in lieu of it and not having an altercation this time around. But Secret Ways, still 3 elims on the board, a full 4-person team, and you can't put enough emphasis on that. That full 4-person team is a clutch difference maker come that zone 5, stage 6, in-game circle. It could be just sheer numbers. And if Secret Waves can continue the improvement and the progress that we have seen from them in general for the day, I mean, hey, I think we could be in line for a Secret Waves chicken dinner before the day is done. I wouldn't be too surprised.
Yeah, with 3 elims already under their belt, they're the team that's right on the cusp, tied currently with SON in that 8th, 9th point range, almost there as well, obviously being just 1 point behind them. So if you're a Secret Waves fan, I've seen some of you in the chat spamming SW, much love, of course, but if you're watching, obviously you want to see them with the winner chicken dinner screen up at least once by the end of the night, right? It doesn't have to be every game. It's not like we're expecting them to be performing out of their minds like maybe some of these other teams are able to do, but we got to see it here and now, especially with this being the halfway point. The first half is a feeler.
Yeah, right? And if we're not expecting
to understand what's going down, but now since we're after this halfway point. It's okay.
Yeah.
Now we got to start turning up. Now we got to start showing up, or else these other teams like Legacy and Control, whether it's like CBK Esports or Dauntless, they're going to take away those 2 slots from you.
Ooh, well, straight out of Nepal is driving in between a frying pan and a bonfire right here. And Oliver is... back to lobby, my friend. Assault! No! The vehicle explosion for the knock, and now Winter with a opportunity to try to secure a thirst, but I think he made the right call in bowing out of that. He would have almost certainly been vulnerable to a SON drive-by there.
I was thinking if it was maybe just the one SON player in Assault was able to potentially get the ridgeline, they could have maybe turned on a Winter, but as soon as it's just 2 of them remaining, right, it's just you got to keep driving, you got to go past it. And unfortunately, there's no way you can expect Full Sense and Noobs Esports to just be kind of still at a wit's end with each other in the zone, not taking the fight. And I really just am interested in wondering why Noobs Esports opted to rotate away to this water side, but didn't go with the teammate of Winter all the way down south, because it looks like if they all 3 of them went south to Red Eyes, I feel like they all could have left. They could have gotten out of Dodge. They could have gotten themselves at least maybe a vehicle, or at least ran towards the zone. But instead, we're still just right next to each other.
Can I tell you why I think that is? And I'm not saying this with full confidence by any means, but I do think that a very real likelihood of this is that Noobs is sort of feeling confident, feeling that momentum from their performance the last, I'll say, 6 matches, given the latter half of yesterday.
Yeah.
And maybe feeling hey, let's take this fight on. We have a decent shot of coming out of this victorious, but let's not put all the coins in our back pocket. Let's leave one little out here for us in the shape and form of Winter. And if we are going to come out disadvantageous, if we lose this, this nade fight, we still have 1 coin in the back pocket, so it's not just a absolute devastation to us. We still have a shot of getting some points, at least damage reduction.
And damage reduction, it looks like there's going to have to be a little bit more kind of to be plastered onto the wall with. Almost there now. We're going to be turning back to the north side here. Dauntless getting caught out on the rotation. He was actually Klaus is the one that got the 2 players on almost there. So a little bit of BM coming through from the knives, but Noobs Esports, we turn back our eyes towards it for Sexy Frogs. He wasn't able to catch one on the rotation. And I mean, you go north, you go south, Red Eyes. You're going to run into some team at this point, and unfortunately, it's the worst team for you to run into.
There's no question what the Wolves are doing here. They have come for the third party. Easy claps. They said the only teams that are going to be, staying this far out in the dead zone are teams that are trapped or teams that are trying to let the numbers dwindle. We feel confident in those odds, and even though it is Noobs Esports, you're up against the 3-1 split of the big bad Wolves. And honestly, again, I was going to expect Coops to be the one up on that hilltop. Not the case. Nimu's location, however, might not be known yet. I think it's
only a matter of time, though. I mean, we know he's going to probably go for it at some point. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get multiple. I'm not even sure if he has a grenade to his name, right? Maybe he could get both the players on the vehicle, but it looks like he was able to shoot once, gets Wix knocked in the elimination feed. Wancho as well, getting shot from distance. And wait a second, this is turning a little disastrous because Wolves now, they had 2 players knocked. Coops now forced into the 1v1, but the AUG versus the DBS, who's going to be able to come out on top? Moo gets the reset on the med, and Coops, he finds it on the jump shot. Moo,
he just whack-a-moled himself.
Not able to connect.
He just
Winner now, Red Eyes. He's forced to leave.
But you know what that tells me, though, Enigma, is that it's a risk worth taking for the Wolves. It would not have really been any skin off their back if this did not pan out. If Coops, Wix, Baton all got sent back to lobby, I can guarantee you now they say, oh, cool, I'll go use this moment to go grab a drink. And let's go get a chicken dinner next match. They're not a bit affected. So, yeah, it's a risk worth taking. When you have this much slack in the road, why not use that leverage and flex? In poker, we call it the big bully stack, and that's exactly what we're seeing from the big bad Wolves right here and now. And Kin, the last hope for Full Sense, better be, well, pardon me, one of 2 last hopes for Full Sense, better be sensing very fully a need to dip. Actually,
I mean, at this point, I think you gotta
maybe
go
take
for
it.
You've
Yeah, I
got
was gonna
the
say
upper.
actually,
You
you
gotta go
know.
for the fights, but Coops, he's been feeling it. You gotta wonder if you're able to actually hit the shots or not.
It's
But
just
yeah, he's got to wrap around. He took a little bit too much time because while
Mhm.
he was taking those shots on the Coops, Baton got the reset on the Wicks, and
And
now
they
we
got
see
the
it. The
vehicle
vehicle
push.
stack, it
Yep.
comes through, and you're forced into a 2v2. Not even sticking the revive, make it a 1v2 now. No HP, and you see it now. The sniper tower is free. You can only go
Yeah,
so
just
far in the
give 'em the
game of
high
PUBG
ground and
Mobile.
cover.
There's nothing else you can do now. The misplays, they add up, and this
yeah,
is the result
there
that
was
happens.
stuff.
Wolves, Baton, he's checking it out. He understands there's only one rock on this hillside. We're going to throw one right next to you, and no movement yet, but he's going to take his chances saying, hey, you know, one and done, that's not enough. The second nade comes through just short, and Wolves taking a little bit too much time in my regard to find it, and his teammate gets the beam skis from across the way. The med kit
This could
as
be
well.
Ken's
Wow,
chance.
Wolves just taking too
They're
long.
both knocked.
on
He's
this
knocked
wipe.
to the zone.
No.
Oh my goodness. Well, again, I hate to re-emphasize it. The Wolves will be fine. But here's the thing. The reason I said Ken probably had to dip out of Dodge because the fight worth taking against the Wolves, when you know it will not be skin off their back if you 1v4 them, and that's 4 elim points possible for you, still, I gotta say, statistically, objectively, looking at their performance the previous 9 matches, looking at the Wolves' performance, the odds of him coming out of that in a confrontation are slim to none. The odds of him dipping out and trying to get some placement points are slim, but not none. So that's why I said it. But any other team, I would have said Ken really had to push for sure.
And now we see it as well. These other teams starting to take engagements. One of our middle of the pack squads, CBK Esports, taking the initiative, taking the fight to others, as well as SCP taking it towards SW. And now we see it, the shots come through, but unfortunately just not winning a single engagement on the day. Secret Ways now 5 total elims. They are going to get the reset, allowing themselves to have 3 players up in the remainder of this Sanhok, but we see the zone shift pulling southwest again. All those teams up on the northeast. We're talking Wolves. Any of those number of squads that we saw in the last 2-3 circle shifts, they're going to have to move in. And for the most part, we saw it as well. Inco Gaming holding that far southwestern edge of the circle shift. A lot of these squads, Red Eyes, needing to deal with the pressure. And unfortunately, some of them, like SON, they're only at a man advantage.
Yeah, and it's just too often, time and time again, that we have seen small man be the final hope for Straight Outta Nepal. A lot of impulsive mistakes here. The skill is unquestionable for SON. We've seen it time and time again, but the consistency is lesser so. And no time to waste because CBK engaging with the likes of Legacy in control. Now, LQ has got so much ground to make up for that seeing them down that as a 2-piece with only 1 elim up against a full 4-piece, I think it spells the end for their legacy here and now.
Yeah, but Small Man, he's still putting motion in that elimination feed. I think he just got a double nade knock on the Secret Wave. So him in a 1v1 situation now, back in Painan Jat, forced to take the engagement. And unfortunately, now we're talking just the guns. No nades available. He does have a molly. He does have a few nades and a smoke, but he's not even going to get it. SW eliminated before Straight Outta Nepal. Rival 6 coming in from the ridgeline. A little bit of a beautiful spread coming through, but now you wonder, how do the rest of these teams, the rest of these solos that have made it through the match, how do they fare in terms of that top 8 placement for the points? And we're talking top 9, Red Eyes. One of these solos, if they go out, they're walking away with a fat goose egg in the placement column. You got to make it deeper. And with this being Sanhok, the halfway point on the tournament and the day, you're wanting the elimination counts here now.
Yeah, and you said it right, man. And I think when we tuned into Horribu and tuned into Winter, it's exactly shown on their faces. They are not making a budge. They don't want to be any attention drawn to themselves. All they want are these numbers to dwindle and these teams to weaken each other out for them. And you can't blame them. However, it does appear, like for teams like, let's say, Dauntless, that they are going to try to build off that momentum that they've started for the day. They're not going to just be remaining idle. They got the numbers in their favor here up against, let's see, well, you know, up against some pretty heavy contests here. Full four piece of CBK, X9 nearby, as well as a solo of Rival 6 where you don't know his location.
And unfortunately for Dauntless as well, they have that Inco Gaming member just right up next to him, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case. And I mean, if you're an X9 player, if you're Xflix here, you're wondering, okay, you know, just I'll take a little bit of a free point here and now, but now the rest of these players, they're starting to pull up, they're starting to come into the shack here, and there's already one exploded on the vehicle, so that window in the back is going to be spelling disaster. Now, X9 Esports, they had one player knocked, but will come out on top in the engagement. I'm not sure Crazy will be able to get back up on his feet, but we'll have to wait and see. Of course, turning our sights back now, Red Eyes towards the far north. Rival 6 here, wondering the split. No one knows where they're at. That's going to be a freebie on the CBK Esports, but toast. We're peeking the same angle we got the knock from. We cannot be doing that one-for-one trade, and we're not even seeing movement from half these members, Red Eyes. This is the struggle. But Sanhok, the sight lines, the congestion, the openness that you have. If you hold a spread like this, you'd be damned if you get knocked here. And unfortunately, we see the inexperience come through for these squads. And now being down to just a duo, it's something out of nothing back to nothing.
Yeah, that's just the bane of the jungle, you know, just always in congestion. There's so much natural cover to take, grass to hide inside, trees and boulders to hide behind. There could be an enemy 3 feet from you and you could be barely clueless to it, you know, just due to so much cover points. So to be a weakened number here, like, you know, to be a solo at a Sanhok endgame, your highest odds of point acclamation here, accruing those points, is going to be from placement.
Yeah. And the placements now, it looks like they're starting to add up. We're talking top 5 situation now on that circle shift. We went from 9 to 5, so the solos definitely dwindled down here, but now we're seeing a few teams maybe potentially taking casualties on this next circle shift. We see Poker, CBK Esports, one of our top 5 squads currently in the overall rankings, having a little bit of maybe breathing room on that eastern edge, but Inco Gaming, I mean, man, look at this. They see the circle shift. I would have liked to have seen maybe some pressure on the Dauntless, but now with the circle shift all the way back to the west, you really just want to turn your sights towards X9 Esports, towards CBK, and play for that end game positioning, because 4 players, Red Eyes, we see just how detrimental it is for some squads when they lose a player, maybe even 2 in these late game positions. And with this being Sanhok, all the eliminations, all the manpower you can have, you definitely need.
Well, Dauntless with the high ground, trying to get a risky knock on CBK. I don't see that amounting to a Dauntless thirst. If anything, a 9x third party, because they have the numbers in their favor on CBK. It does not seem a push worth taking for Dauntless, and I think they know it. But that 2-1 split could also be their saving grace, their coin in the back pocket for some elim stills.
Oof. I mean, we're seeing it now again. Of course, both these squads forced on the far eastern side. I'd love to see kind of Inco's positioning here, because they just have full free shots down on this eastern hillside. And yeah, I mean, look at this, just full open terrain they have to walk down. Not even a vehicle really to use without it being in destruction HP range, so to speak. And with Inco Gaming, with those eliminations, they're able to wrap around to the eastern edge. With that all happening, we got down to our top 2, ladies and gentlemen. Inco Gaming versus Dauntless. 4 eliminations on Inco. Full 4-man, though, Red Eyes. Dauntless, even though they've had the high ground, especially with that circle shift, the man disadvantage, and now having to move to the zone, their backs are turned.
But you know what this tells me? You know, we talk about it, it can be a one-time thing, and it could be a fluke. But I said it last time.
Though.
The lion in the jungle. Even if lions aren't really in the jungle, Enigma, these lions are. And McGrellan going for a repeat of that Sanhok dub. And, ooh, king of the jungle. You see the king of the jungle right there. And then, oh my goodness, sorry about that. Unfortunate. But it is going to be an Inco finish. Sorry about that, Dauntless. Didn't mean to build the hopes up just to tear them down, but this is the Lions map. They are the kings of the jungle, and rightfully so, Enigma, putting up A very well calculated performance. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, that's from the beginning of the match, but
Yeah, and the performance for the most part with Inco Gaming really just came down to their split-second decision-making of, we see Dauntless's rotation up the mountain. Do we want to backfill or do we want to wait and see what the circle shift was? And with them being able to stay there, they were able to accumulate a bunch of eliminations on
they did
X9
so.
Esports, and they did that with keeping all 4 up.
And in game, the last 2 zones were the most critical for Inco Gaming, and that they dialed back for the first 4 stages of the match. For the most part, they did have a couple altercations, but they dialed back and they put a lot of their eggs in this in-game basket here. They felt that momentum from round 3 yesterday, and full form. Hey, it's not a 12 elim chicken dinner, but anyone who criticizes a 6 elim first place finish, well, you better be doing better regularly to not get trolled in hindsight. But that's it for the jungle for the day, Enigma.
Yeah. And that's it for the halfway point, right? We've officially crested that moment. We're now into the back half of the leaderboard, right? And for the most part, guys, we're going to be going into Miramar on the next match. But when we come back, of course, we're going to a quick highlights break. When we come back, the points breakdown, of course, coming your way. Hey, those frog legs, whatever the case may be, that Molly really
very well become a battle for second.
Yeah, and the map especially, just with it being this sort of whole screen that we're seeing now, a lot of it's going to be coming down to where these teams off to really end up. Playing path starting just over Milta, down on that southeast side, going all the way up north towards Severny. So any squad that likes landing in that Gacka, Primorsk, maybe even South George area, going to be struggling to make the rotation in, to say the least. But we're seeing a lot of teams, the stretching coming through. We're looking at 4 Sexy Frogs, Noobs Esports, as well as the Wolves being right around each other in the farmland. And I expect most of these teams to really kind of be looking for the vehicles. But we saw yesterday, Red Eyes, 4 Sexy Frogs tried to tussle with the Wolves. And unfortunately, we're essentially, I believe it was only 3 of them eliminated, but we can consider that a squad wipe, right? You're not really going to be doing much as a solo so early on in the match. And now we see it as well. Yeah, Baton, he's going to be the one tested, already getting 1 knock under his name. And with other players like Juancho having the vehicles already in their grasp as well, 4 Sexy Frogs, we don't even have a weapon in our hands right now.
Yeah, Enigma, I think it can be said best this way. Baton said, I tried frog legs, and they taste like chicken. I just had a chicken dinner. I think I could go for some more. High protein, easy claps. Baton just bullying them one by one. And realistically, as much as I want to, criticize the Frogs on this one, I feel like this is just a bit more of a run of bad luck, not getting the proper equipment. Or maybe it could boil down to just not having that jump speed that you need to have. But if that is the case, that is not a mistake that you want to be making in a comp scene of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, and I mean, I just really wonder if it's, a misplay per chance, but knowing that it's Wolves, and they're back-to-back, but oh my goodness, Casualty Town. And by the way, obviously we showed those overalls earlier, Red Eyes. Wolves Esports, like I said, 60 eliminations before the start of this game. We're talking that is 10 a game.
That's an insane.
On average.
That is,
and with the rank points, that's essentially, what is that, 5 points per game?
Yeah.
Top 3 finish from the team, essentially, in every single matter, which way you look at it. So, for a team like that to be having such a dominant performance, yeah, I understand maybe these bottom 8 squads, like almost there, full sense, but they have a lot of practice against this sort of team. Maybe we can see improvements and stuff like that, but improvements are for scrims, Red Eyes. Performance is for the tournaments, and we're wanting to see which teams have it in themselves to compete against the very best from North America. And obviously, those teams as well coming just off of PMSL America, to allow themselves to be in that sort of prime flow state already as a team. We can even see it here now. Wolves, full stacking vehicles, trying to get eliminations onto at least secret ways now, maybe thinking that was X-Force, but they're full sending in. Oh my god, Red Eyes, what do you even do against something like this?
Oh! Sorry about this, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting those replays stacked in there, but secret ways finding themselves not being so secretive at all. The Wolves have smelled the blood, and they are out on the hunt. Pain desperately in need of a win. Luckily, he does find himself readily equipped with that UMP 45 and DBS. Close quarter range. Swin here, YN, definitely properly equipped in terms of weaponry for this fight.
Yeah. Yeah, and for the most part, luckily for him, he was able to get the reset. His teammates putting on the pressure with the pump action and the nades. And I was actually thinking Coops was going to get knocked for a second. The Wolves looking like both of them going to get the full reset. Player 2. Winter now, he does have 2 nades. Unfortunately, no vest to his name. Now picking up a level 1, but leaving yourselves in these awkward positions, especially if you're the one up close and personal, making the noise, it allows these other teams to maybe position themselves a bit easier against you. And we actually see one of the players here. It's actually going to be one of the Full Sense members snaking on the roof, potentially.
Cute. It looks. Oh, Ken, I see him.
Yeah, he's playing. Spoiler. Looks like they do understand. Cat God does know he's there off that nade. There's no way you throw a random nade like that without knowing there's someone there. 100%. Unfortunately, just short on the shingles. We see Ken's able to get a little bit under the lip from that upper roof angle, but now we need to see it. These squads need to make the engagements, and if you're Full Sense, you know where these players are kind of split up after seeing the nade thrown Red Eyes. I want to see them potentially group and push down onto some of these solos.
While this is happening, we've got several fights unwinding before us here. It looks like Rival 6 in the clutches of none other than X-Force. X-Force potentially in a world of hurt, and yes, it is so. Remember what I said last match, Enigma? Oh. It definitely seems, that X-Force is on a tilt, and to see them down to their final hope in stage 1 with 3 minutes remaining, it confirms it. It confirms the suspicion, the fear that it is a tilted X-Force. Just the severe disparity between the chicken dinner performance from yesterday to what we've seen from them today, it's night and day.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's just not. It's more day and night almost. I think they've kind of just turned off lights on at the house, but no one's home. And unfortunately, just now we just go right back into the winners of last match, going just down on the bridge. Taking the ego battle on vehicle to vehicle. They're swinging to the bottom, immediately gets traded, and now Dauntless. The question mark gets thrown up in the air. Red Eyes, do you stay or do you
gotta go? You dip. Cut your losses. Sever the ties, because Enigma, all the progress made in the previous match here essentially will be completely undone for the most part. It'll not completely, that's a little harsh, but to have no elims and no placement points to match after, it essentially is going to knock you from that king of the hill position right on down to where you were before. And boy, Sherpa has an opportunity. If he has an opportunity to dip out of dodge, then that's what he needs to do.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, there's not a lot of odds of him 1v4ing out of this situation.
And I think the big issue is just that one last-ditch effort, that frag grenade he threw on the ridge, only finishing the player. He didn't get the knock on the member he saw running forward, so now we see Noob Esports congesting themselves down on the compound. Obviously, the HP bars are all really low from the blue zone, but since Dauntless was the players eliminated, they have the meds and the utility.
They got the info.
And the reset, I mean, it came through Red Eyes. This is the time where it's always just a matter of time until you're eliminated.
And honestly, Sherpa knows it. He's sort of biding his time, waiting for that final stand. And honestly, a DBS sounds the same in every language, okay? A gunshot says knock, regardless of what language you speak. But a gunshot up against four, a shotgun versus 4, crazier things have happened.
Oh, we see it now. The nade comes through. A bit of a stun going down. A little bit of a 1v1 set up, but I think he just got a double nade knocked on the Secret Wave. So him in a 1v1 situation now, back in Painan Jat, forced to take the engagement, and unfortunately, now we're talking just the guns. No nades available. He does have a molly. He does have a few nades and a smoke, but he's not even going to get it. SW eliminated before. Straight out on a Paul. Rival 6 coming in from the ridge line. A little bit of a beautiful spread coming through, but now you wonder, how do the rest of these teams, the rest of these solos that have made it through the match, how do they fare in terms of that top 8 placement for the points? And We're talking top 9, Red Eyes. One of these solos, if they go out, they're walking away with a fat goose egg in the placement column. You got to make it deeper. And with this being Sanhok, the halfway point on the tournament and the day, you're wanting the elimination counts here now.
Yeah, and you said it right, man. And I think when we tuned into Horribu and tuned into Winter, it's exactly shown on their faces. They are not making a budge. They don't want to be any attention drawn to themselves. All they want are these numbers to dwindle and these teams to weaken each other out for them. And you can't blame them. However, it does appear, like for teams like, let's say, Dauntless, that they are going to try to build off that momentum that they've started for the day. They're not going to just be remaining idle. They got the numbers in their favor here, up against, up against some pretty heavy contests here. Full 4-piece of CBK, X9 nearby, as well as a solo of Rival 6 where you don't know his location.
And unfortunately for Dauntless as well, they have that Inco Gaming member just right up next to him, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case. And
from the zone is overall reflected in the structure of the event. There's only 11 more games following it to make this turnaround happen. Every game is going to be crucial moving forward. And man,
hello and welcome back, everyone, to day number 2 of the PMCI Season 4 Grand Finals. We're talking 4 matches down and out. Red Eyes, man, we looked at it all. We've seen it all, I feel, when it comes to the last few matches we've seen, especially today. But coming into it, we're talking Miramar as the next game, right? And then after that, Erangel. With it being the Sanhok we just watched, I want to get your take of it, right? The match results, we could see it here now. The breakdowns. I'm seeing Inco Gaming at the top that you called out, but point totals are a little bit lower than I expected.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair point to say, just because, this does illuminate a little bit of repetition, a little pattern forming here with Inco and Sanhok victories here, or just high point gain for Inco on that map. But nonetheless, in the context of performances that we have seen, it's not enough. But let's just go ahead and illuminate that. Let's have a look at the overall scores as they currently stand entering this match. Case in point, Inco, there ain't nothing wrong with silver, but boy, oh boy, there is a 52-point deficit from first place. So yeah, that's a great 16-point game. It would require a full day of those with Wolves not there to catch up. So it's going to take a little bit of, I'm going to say, bitterness, Enigma, a little bit of personal grudge match, so to speak. Someone has got to, play the evil 3 little pigs to some big bad wolf. They've really got to take them out early for anyone else on the playing field to have a shot at taking them off this throne. But if there's ever a map to do it on, Enigma, it's going to be the Desert of Destruction, Miramar. And let's go ahead and see just what we are working with.
Working with, indeed, the most part. We've seen a lot of these playing paths be a little forgiving, I feel, today for some of these squads, but we're starting all the way up north, La Cabrera, all the way down towards Impala, so that northwest all the way down towards that central east portion of the map. And obviously that last Miramar we watched earlier, right? Wolves, early elimination onto X-Force off drop. Then they picked up a few eliminations more throughout the game while losing members left and right. So I'm interested in seeing actually if Wolves will perform well or maybe they'll fall quite short this game, because we've seen it before. Wolves having such a dominant point lead going into the final day. I do believe it was actually one of our other tournaments like the Gauntlet or something you and I had previously casted Red Eyes of the Wolves essentially throwing it on the final day, which definitely isn't a foreign concept for at least you or I in any regard. And now for them, unfortunately, but we turn it now towards the north. This is going to be Crater Fields X-Force, the team that desperately needs to have a better performance throughout the day. Now looking at X9, which I don't even think they know. Brutoski's here. M might be caught out for free, Red Eyes. He's got to be careful.
Yeah, well, this is going to be one of those times where I would expect a little bit of inexperience to come in to play here, and just not really having that head on a swivel because it's so early and because it's Miramar. It's easy to fall into that false sense of security, especially when you think you can see everything around you. But as we know to be the case of this map, it's just too many vulnerable points to not have your head on a 360-degree swivel, especially up against a pro team like X-Force. Yeah, they might be having a bad day, but if you think that they don't feel confident, you know, pushing on a team that they've never heard of, well, I don't know. I think they.
And it's all a matter of if you know it's that team, right? Now we see the elimination feed come through, so both squads know who's on the other end of the stick. But I saw right, I think one of the X-Force players had a pistol and a bow in his hand. So, you know, this is the problem with off drop, right? Is you don't have the selection. Oh, wait a second.
Let him do it. Let it be the most impressive.
If he gets one, we're not commentating the rest of the game. That's all I'm saying. Like,
I'm just gonna
sit on
I'm just gonna say X-Force over and over. I'm just gonna talk like a cat. I don't know what I'll do, but it ain't gonna be. If he Robin Hoods that. Got my hopes up. But regardless, we have got more action on the board as Entity is thrown into it. Hunter becomes the hunted at the hands of Jat with that 5.56 LMG, the M249 squad wiper at Hacienda del Patron of all places.
Yeah, I'd love to actually see, you know, the 249 get picked up more. Really just start griefing people's vehicles on that middle part of the map. But I feel like vehicles are just such a hit and miss maybe for some squads. It's really a matter if you can just get the tires and save the ammo. And even with this being a shotgun meta, right, instead of people holding more ammo, Red Eyes, they just go for the utility.
Yeah.
You've seen the utility. What is that? 8-9 frag grenades, which, you know, that's taking up half your backpack. And then we've got to account for the smokes and the mollies with it too. So
and that's the pro
these
level.
teams, it's really a lot different now from what it was maybe 3 or 4 years ago. But that's the beauty.
And that all comes from that point structure change, you know, emphasizing the placement points just a little bit less or so than and really kind of putting it on the skill level. And I believe we saw that shift right around like 2022. I do believe you're right, about 3 years ago that we started seeing this change, especially amongst the pro scene, and maybe even less or so for NA. But, you know, outside of the NA region, the number of utilities at an in-game zone is insane. It's almost reliant upon how many utilities you have to determine if you're going to have a shot at winning. When those nades come crashing down, it's just, what can you do if you have no line of sight? So it is a little bit encouraging to see that shift towards utility accumulation over ammo, and I hope to see it go a little bit more so if we want to really see NA kind of stepping into the lines as an equal player on the competition.
Yeah, and the competition, I mean, it's been fierce. We've seen a bit of it from PMWC, the World Cup currently going on in Riyadh. Of course, a lot of those squads, I do believe, unfortunately, the Brazilian superstars, Alpha 7, did not move forward, so tragic enough to see. But nonetheless, of course, we understand the prowess and the experience that the regions next to us in North America have. And for us to be able to go against them so often, Red Eyes, I feel a bit of a blessing if you were to be able to put the experience really to,
it's the only
to a name and to a maker. But with so many swaps, so many question marks thrown out there, I know Hot Cheeks loves bringing it up of just, we want to see a team stick together for a tournament. We don't want to see
we've had, in terms
swaps.
We've had In Hyper, Nova, but that's it. It's the same group, you know. Other than that, maybe Pittsburgh Knights for a period. But realistically,
but it's just...
In Hyper was our only team that historically kept that synergy and fought through the rough days, the rough events. And I think it showed, especially towards the later stages of that org. But you're right. The NA scene trades partners like square dancers, okay? They are on and off like a light switch at a rave party, and the only way to really step up to, you know, match the lines of like Carrillo and players like that, it's gonna be by building that experience and synergy and taking those L's with your team, because until you are able to take the hits, until you are able to experience those losses, you're not really going to improve at the rate that you need to. And I say it time and time again, we don't learn the most when things are going well. We learn the most when things don't go well.
Yeah, but it also just comes to the practice, right? You know, does practice make perfect? No, but obviously it lets you work out the errors. But if you're not trying your fullest in that, why are we going to expect a different result when we come into these lobbies, right? And we see it here now, you know, of course, some of these teams maybe thought they were going to have a free ride against the likes of Wolves Esports, X-Force instead, really just getting played by the book, and whether it's 1v1, utility usage, and now we see it here as well. Almost they're struggling to even make the rotation out of the compound. One player will be knocked, left done and dusted in the sands. Before Sexy Frogs picking it up, and if you're Knight, yeah, you got to make sure you're not that back car they're going to shoot at. But right as they're driving forward, it looks like another team's coming in. Red Eyes, I don't even know who that is there.
And remember what I said after round 2, you know, that the following match, I guess round 3, the following match was going to be crucial for the boys and almost there. And I think we just witnessed a little bit of that panic factor from them retreating, turning, and tucking tail against one of the bottom performing teams of the event. Just goes to show, maybe not inexperience, but there's certainly room for improvement in these high pressure, quick split second decision moments. That almost seemed like, even as a 2-piece, I felt that it was a fight worth maybe engaging on for almost, just given how well they performed with that 22-point gain match. I definitely think that it would have been a much more evenly paced altercation than just turning your back and leaving it vulnerable.
Yeah, unfortunately, people's backs, they usually have a target on them, to say the least, right? That's how the saying or something goes. But unfortunately, just another team that every time we see them in the elimination feed, we turn to them. SCP, as soon as we go to them, it's not like we even say much about them. It's just the caster curse just feels them right through the screen. And for the most part, yeah, they have one elimination on the Legacy and Control, having another player knocked towards the center. But this is going to be all the way off on the northeast side of the map. El Azahar. Indeed, he's trying to group up at least with Karan and the other players. But this is the struggle, right? Do you have the manpower? Do you have the confidence to really be able to play this correctly coming into the push? Because we see Deep's angle here. Yeah, he's isolated on the fence, but if you start lining up here, Red Eyes, I mean, Scar definitely can get you a few knocks.
I still think that if they see him, if he shoots one, it's down, done, dusted for Deep. I do see skills close by, though. But no, I just think the moment he's found, he'll be lucky if he's able to secure the elim on the knock.
Oh, the shotgun shots come through. Deep almost finds him, but struggles to get the job done. And for the most part, it looks like another teammate as well, winning the 1v1 outside of the building. So SCP getting all 4 eliminations to their name. Now, this is the moment. Can you make it in the zone? Can you find the rotations needed to get into the circle? Because those 4 eliminations, yeah, they sound good when we compare it to the 18 total eliminations they have throughout the tournament, Red Eyes, but we definitely need to see more. This has to be an 8, 10, 12 elimination game. We got to see you in the top 3 to start making waves here, because if not, their point total right now, Red Eyes, 26 plus 4 off the eliminations alone. We're talking only 30.
It's essentially,
that is nowhere close.
It's essentially the round 3 Inco performance from day 1 is almost the entirety of their performance in this event. And that is a huge disparity. There's a huge gap. You know, if a team can do what took you, 9, 10 games to do in one match, then it's saying, yeah, the current approach is not going to work at this tier. It may have worked in the tier 3 open scrim community, maybe even in tier 2 events, but when you get any professional team in the circuit here up and joining the party, those are candy wrapped in a bucket for them. They are like, thank you very much, thank you, sir, may I have another? And so you have to take what's not working and be ready to jettison the dead weight.
Well, one thing too, I want to really just piggyback on that concept you just put out there of kind of just these open scrims and stuff like that. And you know, back in the day, we're talking 5, 6 years ago, around that middle to starting point of competitive PUBG Mobile. Most of the squads back then, they were all playing each other 7 days a week, same scrims, same lobbies, same hosts. But now, a lot of these teams have opted to look maybe elsewhere across regions, across continents, to say the least, right? And looking for practice. And as much as that's good and dandy and stuff like that, obviously the Wolves, X-Force, Inco even, they can put that practice to good use. But the rest of the teams, they need to go against the NA Bloods. They got to go against the teams in their backyard, because if you turn your back on them, you're going to be outplayed. You're going to be succumbed to the region. And now we see it here as well. Yeah, 4 Sexy Frogs. They've got the positioning, but really just falling under the pressure. Now, Joy Boy, Red Eyes, he's trying to get the smokes, but definitely not a safe enough spot to get a revive.
I just got to love when you said, you know, when they turn their backs, and then 2 of those frogs turn their backs immediately. And as if to just illuminate the point. But you know what? This is, again, I give the frogs these flowers 2 matches ago. I'll give it to them again. I know it's not the experience they were hoping for, but if they did not change things up the way they did here in day 2, then it would have been more of the pressure and panic and mistakes that they made on day 1. So yeah, it might not be working out well today, but it's working out better, a lot better than day 1. So
working out. I mean, I don't know if this buggy play is even going to be working out.
Working out is
vehicles, but didn't even make it to the compound almost. Klaus now, I believe, the one finding the last player. And actually, excuse me, it's going to be Siju Boo getting out. But Dauntless, they've already got actually 3 eliminations currently in this match, far on the north side of the circle. So the circle shift, Red Eyes, I do believe, is going to be pulling down south. But SCP, the team all the way off in Narnia on LSR, trying to find the third party. But Klaus, he's got the P90, finds one. Gonna have to wonder where the rest of the squad mates are at. And they do spot him on the buggy outside, but he's playing slow, he's playing steady, he's playing the dips. And SCP now, they've got to worry about a slam here, Red Eyes. Can they find the marks?
I do think that, see, the fact that Dauntless was able to creep into the building as a 2-piece there, even though he's holding that on his own, I still feel like he had a real opportunity to use that compound to his advantage. And this is kind of something where Dauntless positioned themselves in a way that just capitalizes on inexperience.
Yeah, but the big thing I'm seeing is SCP, they opted to have a solo slam Klaus, the player in the P90 in the dip. He actually got forced into a 1v1 trade, so now it's a 3v3 in the building here. That gas can looking a little spooky for the most part. Oh my goodness, the Molly too. Gotta wonder though, I think you gotta play this as the 2-man now. You gotta play the building. Do not look for any revives. Look for the engagements, because this is the moment, Red Eyes, you cannot be afraid of taking. We see a vault upstairs. Oh my goodness. But he understands it. Ender with the read of the century. Maybe even his teammate giving the comms. But SCP now, this is their moment to strike. Move up the leaderboard, but the TBS shots miss. Gotta find it, and the thirst comes through, but the pre-fire's not there, Red Eyes.
There are several situations there where Dauntless put themselves at disadvantage there. But I don't even want to call that a victory, because they have a lot of elims, but boy, it came with a price. And it came with a price 4 slots before the placement bracket. But hey, 7 elims, and Orabu has a real opportunity now, having this zone edge. And ideally, laying under the radar, he might have Jat's attention, but from Silent Wave, but realistically, with that distance and this compound cover, that doesn't really matter. All he needs is to acquire some placement point gain, and I think you call that a strong performance all around from Dauntless. But regardless, that altercation, Dauntless was several times over disadvantaging themselves for SCP, and so the fact that they were able to come back from that, from the low ground, from a missed DBS shot close quarter, I do want to credit SCP, but it does illuminate, that there are rooms for improvement here.
Yeah, and there's three teams I kind of want to make note of and get your opinion on it, Red Eyes. The fact that how the leaderboard sits right now. Dauntless currently 5th place, 65 total points. Noob Esports, who we see on the screen currently, 3 points back. So even though Dauntless, they just got 7 elims, them being a solo, there's a good chance that he's going to be out most, only maybe getting 1 or 2 placement points. That puts the eyes on X-Force, CBK, and Noobs Esports. Can you pass Dauntless? Can you get a bigger point lead? Because that's a team that's fighting for one of those Titan Series slots, if I recall. That's a team that wants one of those 2 up for grabs, as well as, of course, everyone playing for that top 5 position. And if you're that borderline team, that spot that we've seen so many times, Red Eyes, as being the do or die factor, 5th place for Dauntless, it can't feel comfortable with this game.
No, but is the question going to be, like, do you try to secure those third-party elim steals, or do you lay low and let the placement points accrue? I think if that's where the question that we're leaning into, I think in this case for Dauntless, it's got to be placement.
Yeah.
It's got to be. There's too much. I mean, yeah, they could have a phenomenal performance. Even if you solo 1v4s, I don't think it's going to matter in comparison as to gaining 2 placement point slots up. It'll be the same end result, that point gain. So realistically, if you're Dauntless and you have a genuine shot, you can't really leave much to chance. You really need to weigh the odds and say objectively, what are my odds of 1v4ing versus what are my odds of laying low? Oh, well, Cat God better have 8 more lives left, because he just threw one out the window.
We were talking, it's match 11. Right now, they're essentially going down the marker for everyone in the lobby on that 9 lives marker. And unfortunately for them, it's actually going to be 2 of those players knocked, maybe even make 3 there off that elimination from Juancho. So all these other squads having to move forward. This is the scary thing as well. You allow Wolves, who drops towards this Monty Nuevo side, to be able to hold a huge spread. Now finally congesting down towards one another, but previously holding a lot of this open hill terrain, just really just exploiting, kind of is the best word to put it, as these other teams that are struggling to make these rotations. And we see now in the north, you're showing it here, X9 Esports trying to really just kind of play spoiler to Secret Ways, getting 1 knock, but Dauntless, of course, the solo, Red Eyes, he's going for that third party, and look at that, he's got a vehicle as well. He could be doing both of the things.
It's gonna boil down to, was that the right move to make, that 1 elim? I don't think so, because now he's got Pain blocking his way in a gatekeep position. Pain is in a very vulnerable position, but still, if Orabu pushes into the zone, it's gonna be through a wall of bullet fire here. And when there's 3 more teams left to be eliminated for
Wolves there. That's the team you gotta drive into. Oh yeah, no, this is looking doomed.
To say the expression "thrown to the wolves," well, Orabu if he does, not take any fire from Pain.
He basically jumped into him. I don't think he was thrown.
Dove head first.
Into it from shooting.
Dove head first. But you know what's more surprising is not seeing the Wolves taking any bait, because they've got the positioning. They've weighed the odds. They only push when the kill is almost guaranteed. They don't really, they don't falter with that. Even when you see them with these hyper aggressive pushes, look at how much they can flip-flop the strategy, dial back when needed, and
not even Wolves.
Hey, well, we've seen X-Force surprise us time and time again, for better or for worse. X-Force, a very, very conditional, sporadic, extemporaneous team, but they definitely have the skill level, the talent level to be one of the great teams of NA. And anyone who denies that is someone who has not been keeping up with their esports history. They have proven, even without a huge record of titles under their belt, they have proven in their fine moments just what a wrecking ball force that they can be. So Wolves know it. Wolves know it. They don't take X-Force for granted unless they catch them on that tilt.
Yeah, and this is kind of the moment I think I've been thinking of, at least when it comes to these kind of more crucial moments in the zones, right? Some people, you can take those fights early on, and it can be just a straight 4v4 if you win or lose. But when it comes to this mid to late game, depending how many casualties you take, depending how you play the zones, whether it's pushing or whether it's waiting, it ultimately results in you finishing maybe in that top 3, top 1, or going out right on the cusp of placements like we are currently. And for X-Force, they've got to deal with Wolves 4-man as well as that Southern team. So these other squads now, they're having to be tested. Noobs Esports trying to make the cross in, but we're having to deal with that solo from earlier on. Pain wasn't able to find another vehicle to start moving, but oh, luckily he's only got the one player in the compound, no windows to be stressing about. And actually looks like Coops is going to clean up that member for him, but Noobs Esports, they don't understand that that player's gone yet. He's really stressing about it, but we got to worry about the threat at hand. Luckily, Winner does find the Molly connection to get the thirst, and even though this north side, it's not in play, there might be a sliver enough of room on that roadside Red Eyes for them to sneak into this next circle.
Now, what happened that you didn't see here during this last bit, ladies and gentlemen, was Knight being naded or eliminated, or probably knocked at least by Wiz, his teammate, still able to secure that revive. Now, I will say this. One thing you can bet your bottom dollar that these more experienced teams are doing is watching that Elim feed like hawks. They are absolutely getting tons of phenomenal intel and information from those Elim feeds, knowing, you know, who's weakened, who is, you know, lower in resources. They are able to get so much intel from that Elim feed that I don't think is being capitalized and taking advantage of by some of these teams.
Yeah, and some teams, I think it's really just, obviously we see Wolves or X-Force or possibly even just Inco and those three being able to take advantage of other teams on knocks and eliminations. And I know you're really just thinking of these other squads that we've really just seen struggle with doing that. But the one team that's been a surprise to me, I'm seeing, I believe, all 4 players up still is going to be CBK Esports down on that southeastern side. All 4 players up. They will be able to have 4 eliminations to their name as well. And their positioning right now,
I like it.
To be honest, Red Eyes, I'm loving it.
I like it. I like it. I like it. It's not quite close enough to call it a 3-1 split, but it's not quite far enough to not call it that. You know, it's again, not all the coins are in the back pocket. Poker has an opportunity in that his off-angle holders really were taking a lot of the attention, almost there, allowing themselves to kind of be fish in a barrel here at the hands of CBK. And Daisy says, oh, well.
Man, I would have loved to have seen CBK get that last player before getting the thirst, but nonetheless, I mean, 3 eliminations for 1 at this stage in the game. Not too bad at all. We see Rival 6 now trying to take their mark on this southwestern edge of the circle, contesting this portion, as well as I believe that's going to be an Inco Gaming solo in the shack. So a bit of a conundrum going on for that player, trying to get a few more placement points, as well as X-Force now turning their sights towards the southern action. But you look at it, Red Eyes, a lot of these teams, especially Wolves, even though they've been hunkered down in that warehouse compound, what seems to be the last 2 or 3 circles, the knocks they get have accumulated to thirst. So these other squads, they've got to deal with the action, and unfortunately, I'm seeing Wolves really being the only one that's taking the initiative here.
The flow state is achieved. They have reached the higher level here, but with Coops down, the odds get even slightly, but Juancho going after Noobs as well. X-Force capitalizing on that as well for an Elim steal. That is not bad work for X-Force. And as I say it, they get Caster Curse by just my brief compliment. And now Valak having a little bit more work on his shoulders here, now having to play medic duty to his fallen teammate Exo, all while the inevitable push.
We gotta pick him up.
On in. He has to. He can't. He heard the vehicle push. He's making the right call, cutting his losses, but it's too little, too late potentially.
Yeah, and his teammate now, he's trying to at least weather the storm with the nade, pull back Wicks from peeking over the ridgeline, and we're seeing actually, I believe it's Meow just forced into it. Yeah, he doesn't even have a weapon out to start shooting back Valak as well. No helmet to his name, 1 to the dome is gonna do it, but trying to find the nade connects Baton, taking a little bit of damage, but both teams taking lots of engagements going on, and oh my god, goodness, no nade knocks just yet. Baton as well, 1 HP from, I believe, the blue zone, and Wolves, they're actually running in the dead open.
Yeah.
R6 not even taking shots, Red Eyes. Who is even going to be living here at the end of it?
This is my point, man. How do you predict a team that dials back 5 minutes ago and then full pushes through the open 5 minutes later
man.
and then switches it up again? It's how do you predict the next play of someone like that?
Watch, he's close. He's got the nade. They don't even know he's there, but he's got to find the mark. Not enough damage in my mind, but he's got to push forward. He's got to be the hero, but a team flash, I think, comes through. His teammate cleans it up, though. Wicks, 2v1 situation. The pump first double shotguns, and he gets one. 1v1 situation. The heal comes through, trying to find it, and Wolves salvage the fight. Red Eyes, 9 elims, potentially a 3-man reset, but it's 2 teams left remaining. CBK, they were the team that won the North. Red Eyes, they're coming in hot. Oh, man, it's creeping forward. He's got the UMP. The shots come through, and he gets both of them on the mark. CBK. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. I was loving the position earlier, Red Eyes. That 4-man, even though they lost one early on from that engagement, they were able to say, hey, take it slow. Let's take it easy, and let's make sure we win this out because that is a big win for them right here.
Yeah, and take it a step further. It's, 9 elims between GMC and Daisy alone. That's a phenomenal performance on just those two, but to have those numbers come in game, this was something that took a balance of calculated reservation and also capitalizing on those split seconds. This is a much more comfortable team in the confrontations than we saw in the first 3 matches of day 1. But to just, play it into effect, X-Force, there's certain room for improvement to be said, but if you notice the way that they engage with some of the lesser known teams, it exemplifies the experience and their way of kind of bouncing into the focus. However, again, they are a conditional team, so you run them up against the likes of the Wolves, and outmanned, outgunned sometimes, but this is nonetheless the improvement, the boost forward that we need to see. A little bit more of the chicken dinner, round 2 finishes from yesterday moving forward into day 3, and at least you can say this: X-Force has not hindered their overall performance so much so that can't be undone.
Yeah, and the hindrance, that's going to be the kind of namesake right that we're going to be looking at, because CBK, like I was making note of, with Dauntless going out early, they're the team, one of the 2 or 3 next to X-Force that could potentially have moved up, but I know we're getting a little bit too ahead of ourselves, Red Eyes. We're going to be going to a quick break, you guys. Highlights package for you, of course, throughout the day. When we come back, though, that point breakdown is going to be coming your way.
Very well become a battle for second.
Not getting a look at damage in on a Magrellan or Vitali. Now make it none. Inco Gaming, third party, comes through, finds all players of SON under their belt for the eliminations tab, sitting at 5 currently, with there being 13 squads remaining as well. We're talking 0 placement points still, Red Eyes. These teams are desperately needing it. We're seeing right off to the get-go today, teams that are able to take these 4v4s. You're needing to get some eliminations in your belt, because I'm seeing Wolves, I'm seeing Inco Gaming, even SON right then and there before Inco Gaming's fight, going 4-0 on players knocked, and that's not something that's acceptable at this point.
Yeah, but you know what? I am. Oh, did I just see that in the feed? Yes, though, Big Bad Wolves, Inco, they are going to square off here.
Wow.
This is a big fight, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Juancho, Wix, and Matan at the ready. 7 pushing in here.
Oh!
The UMP ablazing, but the Wolves are howling from multiple angles. He's all riding on the Bruno.
Yeah, and Wix, I think he got 2 of them with the shotgun. Make it none, actually. And now Baton, wow, the pull-up. I thought they were going to make fireworks happen on the hillside, but instead, Wolves hold strong on the ridgeline.
Esports I love to see, brother.
And it's the shotguns, the team play there. Even with Coops being down, you said it all day yesterday, Red Eyes, of just, it's not just Coops. We've got 3 other members on the squad that can definitely shoot their guns straight. And for the most part, I mean, Wix, I believe, if I saw it right, 2 of those 4 onto Inco Gaming being just from him alone on the spearhead position. So with the Overwatch from Baton afterwards. Really just you're in a game and you're almost just slamming the desk at that point, making those mistakes. But at the end of it all,
well, against none other than Full Sense here, down to the very last rival left, but 9 elims to their name and an opportunity to really get some third-party steals here. Oh, yes. Let's
here we
see.
go. Yeah, just throw it all. This is going to be right on the lip, just down below. Only vehicles covering, and he gets 2 of them with the long arm. 1 player remaining, actually making doubles. EZZ finding himself in one situation. Nades coming through from another team, and he almost gets them, but unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. Now it's down to a solo in the nade.
I gotta say it.
My
Full
goodness.
Sense, they sensed some of that, but they did not sense what was coming next. And oof. Regardless, any way you look at it, making it all the way to a 5th place elimination with some elims to their name, that's a huge improvement, a step up moving forward. Can they maintain that? We'll see. Regardless, the Lions are roaring in. And gosh, how many Lions versus Wolves stories have we read in like folklore and myth?
Too many.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say this is one where generally I would call it a fair fight. But I think the momentum and mental factor here is going to be huge. Inco is performing pretty phenomenally this match, though, and still with 3 members up, it could be the comeback they need.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday as well. Inco Gaming, even though they didn't have a strong start to day number 1, they were able to turn it around and keep themselves in the name of the game. And unfortunately, it looks like Wolves Esports, they left the field and tried to group up with Wix, maybe looking for a third party on that far southern edge, but unfortunately just being a little bit too slow. And now we're starting to really get to see a lay of the land here. Dauntless solo next to Inco Gaming, as well as the Wolves and almost their squad. So
but Enigma
with Sherpe standing up, him going out here is going to be big to esports players with driving. But now I'm not sure if they're even able to get out of the cave, so it might be an early exit for them. We're talking top 5 now, ladies and gentlemen, in the match. Wolves Esports were taking their shots towards almost there, finding 2 more eliminations to their name, 1 onto Juancho and 1 onto Wix. So 13 now being the total elimination count for Wolves. And this is a possibility if they were to somehow get 1 or 2 more eliminations, Red Eyes, as well as the winner chicken dinner, they would have our top winner chicken dinner total points for the season 4 grand finals, which I believe it was 23 to Inco Gaming on the Sanhok yesterday. So we'll have to wait and see, of course, check if the math is mathing. But now DBK Esports, they've been on this mountaintop, Red Eyes. They've lost 1 currently, but they're looking to take down Wolves Esports right now.
Well, we saw Daisy pull off one of the most impressive 1v4s on a Miramar match yesterday. Absolutely setting a name for themselves. You know, CBK Esports, sort of, again, we said it just a little bit earlier, they've had some seriously impressive performances, but also some very devastating mistakes to sort of balance out and finding themselves entering the day at 9th place. But obviously, these 7 elims, having 3 members up with only 5 teams remaining in this Miramar in-game, this is definitely an opportunity to make up so much slack in that rope.
Yeah, and the rope, unfortunately, it's looking like it's getting shorter and shorter for some other teams. They actually opted to give up the mountaintop. So Wolves saying, hey, you know, if you're going to just give it to us, give us the crow's nest, we're going to just take it full force. And now they've got the nade angles, but unfortunately, we're talking Noobs Esports down south, finding the shots, the drive-in as well. Daisy needs to play your man.
Out in Nepal. But with KC having this high ground, this Overwatch, that scouting detail to his teammates, I see it being a real predicament for these frogs. And it really shouldn't be. But it definitely seems that, yeah, KC's able to hold these guys off, scout that info, and essentially hold off 3 people at bay just with what? Just the potential presence of him there. They don't know who they're up against.
Now they know he's there. Obviously, the mollies they saw come through, he's using the vehicle and the rock spread as cover, but unfortunately for Sexy Frogs, they've got to deal with the rest of the spread, and they actually got the elimination onto SON there. That's the 1 elimination point they have, so they understand this is a 3-man, but when you know it's SON, the issue that comes afterwards is where is the rest of the team going to be? The off angles is their name of the game, and See it now. One knock comes through. King's coming out. Unfortunately, KC, no frag grenade. They look for the thirst. Teammates as well still fully spread out, but we see it Coops finding an angle somewhere off in Narnia onto another 4 Sexy Frogs players. So that's going to be off onto the north side of them.
Yep,
Another elimination to their name, and for the most part, it's another one of those instances, right, Red Eyes, where when you're in the middle, when you're on the very top of the mountain, it allows everyone else to really kind of see and unfold and understand what's happening here.
Yeah, and I just got to say, it's exactly the sort of shift in strategy, but adaptive playstyle that I would expect from the Wolves. You know, all-out aggression match 1, dial things back, let everyone else take the risk match 2, then maybe change it up for match 3, maybe a little bit more reserve for the first half. This is what the Wolves does. They keep everyone on their toes at all times. Oh, but you know what I'm about to say. You know what I'm about to say.
Oh, they were off the eliminations alone. We're talking only 30.
It's essentially
that is nowhere close.
It's essentially the round 3 Inco performance from day 1 is almost the entirety of their performance in this event. And that is a huge disparity. There's a huge gap. You know, if a team can do what took you, 9-10 games to do in one match, then it's saying, yeah, the current approach is not going to work at this tier. It may have worked in the tier 3 open scrim community, maybe even in tier 2 events, but when you get
Welcome everyone. Day number 2 out of 3 of the PMCI Grand Finals. We're talking $3,000. We're talking 2 Titan Series qualification slots for the Premier Division up for grabs. And Red Eyes, we just saw that Miramar, right? CBK coming out on top. The team that was destined to have a decent, if not a great performance coming out of day number 2. And for the most part, comparing it to the other squads that were remaining in the lobby, like Wolves, like X-Force, we can even bring up that match results for us to kind of see what I'm going with this at, is the fact that 2 of those teams above them on the leaderboard, CBK said, yeah, no, we're going to come in, we're going to clean house, and we're going to finish first place with 22 points, by the way. Don't keep it wrong, for them to snag in that Miramar.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal performance. Any which way you look at it. It does kind of leave to beg the question, who is gonna be the team that to break that 23-point gain bracket? Who is gonna be the team that really overdoes it here, that really sends home that single game performance that just sort of steals the show? But we've seen a lot of 22-point games, a lot. And we've seen, I think, maybe 1 23-point. But regardless, there is a trend here towards the top half of the bracket. We're seeing a lot of repetition in terms of high placement from Rival 6, Inco, Noobs, CBK, Wolves. But you know what? We are also seeing a little more consistency from teams like Almost There. Really kind of working their way in here and finding their pocket on day 2 in that in-game. Really making and ensuring they reach those in-game zones and then trying their best to spread their wings. But
yeah, and for the most part, Red Eyes, I got to be cutting you off with that one, because for the most part, with these teams kind of coming in hot, the fact of the matter is even though we're talking it's day 2, we've got only one more game on the night. We got to see what the overall looks like, because with Dauntless going out early, they had a few eliminations to their name, but when it comes to the end of it all, it's a matter of where you're at on that top 5. Which teams are going to walk away with their cut of that $3,000, right? And for the most part, obviously those 2 slots. And we know Wolves Esports, you're sitting nice and pretty up top. But Inco Gaming, look at your backside real quick. CBK off that win, Red Eyes. They're only 2 points back.
Yeah, and 2 points, just for context, if you're new to the nature of PUBG Mobile Esports, 2 points could be the difference between surviving from 8th place to 6th place, with eliminations being a whole other ball game. Eliminations aside, 2 points can be gained in just laying low for a matter of 30-45 seconds in an in-game. That could be all that separates, if this was the final day, if this was day 3, match 6, of the day, match 18 of the event overall, you know, that split 30, 45 seconds could be what steals the show from Inco, what stops them from advancing to forging themselves on fire at the Titan Series Premier League, and could be the next step up the ladder for a team like CBK. But it could all be undone in 30, 45 seconds. Well, it's match 6 of the day, match 12 overall. Let's go summarize and end the day where it all began on the event. I am, of course, speaking of Erangel.
And Erangel, man, the first opponent of it all has just got to be what that plane path really looks like. Actually, I love this sort of plane path. Screw anyone that wants to go to Millie or Novo for the most part. Stay on the mainland, gang. But for me, for the most part, we're talking George Pole zone start. I guess you could say on that southern edge, all the way across to the east, kind of right across the chest, so to speak, towards Lipovka. And for the most part, we see X-Force, of course, one of the squads that finished in that top 3, top 4 range going towards Primorsk, as well as the rest of the squads like Dauntless going up to the north. But is there any team here, Red Eyes, that you're kind of eyeing right now? Obviously coming through from that last Miramar match, which team are you kind of expecting, or at least hoping, is going to be able to perform well here on the final match?
So I do want to see Inco and CBK sort of square off this beef. Yeah, I do think that CBK surprised me there with just the strength of that in-game performance. I think overall, you know, just not just this event in context, I do think overall Inco would probably have the best record of that confrontation if they were to repeat it over and over and over again. But that's not the case here. We have one more match of the day, and this is going to be what sets the tone for day 3, Enigma. How this match ends is going to determine how you enter the final day.
Yeah, and the scary thing about it, especially if you're a team like Inco or CBK that's trying to move up towards first place, is the fact that a team like Wolves is just continually having this fight against 460 Frogs. This has not been anything close, and I mean, look at this. Juancho already just 4v1 off drop. Wolves is saying, yeah, no, screw it. We're not going to give you the isolation fights here now trying to grief us. We're going to keep playing our game. And, you know, I've never been in this dynamic, this situation of dealing with this sort of stuff. But unfortunately for 460 Frogs, it's just a matter of why even bother. And yeah, the BM comes through because we've given you this lesson before, old man. We've told you what's right and what's wrong. And if you guys want to keep giving us the points, we'll take the stat padding. But that being said, we obviously know that would never be flying in the Titan Series, at least having this engagements going on over and over, because yeah, this gives you the qualification to Titan Series, but Titan Series is a whole different ball game, right? We're talking LAN qualification. We're talking prowess of being the best.
Minor leagues
in
versus
North
the
America.
major leagues, for sure. Unquestionably, like that, you don't just step in the ring and think you box, but coming off of a featherweight championship and then finding yourself up against, you know, Mike Tyson in his heyday, that's not a position you want to be in. So having a look at this, on the other hand, we've got Full Sense also squaring up against the likes of SEP. Multiple engagements early on.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I felt like SEP kind of misplayed that. Would have liked to have seen actually the pre-fire come through on the wall, but instead he allowed his teammate to get thirsted. Thankfully, one going for the revive was able to get the trade. So now 3v2 position, we're talking SEP a little bit spread. One of the players actually off on the coastline trying to play an off angle, but it's all for naught in my eyes, Red Eyes, when it comes to your teammate being on the other side of the compounds. And Joy Boy, he's actually pressuring the fight. We're going back all the way to this farm engagement because it looks like Wolves has a player knocked, but 3v4 situation. Coops is too smart, understanding the situation, finds one on the vault. Now the pre-fires come through, finding another player, and now we're down to just problem. The pre-fires, the shots come through. Wait a second. 2 players down now. The thirst come through, and yeah, what do you expect, you know? I'd be really annoyed if I was Wolves, you know, just he's not even going for the shots on Juancho there. He's suiciding for the finish.
Yeah, and, you know, we've said enough about the Wolves. Everyone knows, so we know. Let's just go ahead and say, next fight, still have this altercation here. Full Sense and Sherry Punjab are still at each other's throats. Cher taking an early hit on in the beginning of stage 1, Karan taken down, left in the hands of Varu, Ender, and Man. Varu with no meds. Man playing the main blockade here to Full Sense's Zuriz. But at the same time, Full Sense, really the weakened team here. It's a bit surprising to not see a collective SCP push.
I think that's just a lack of confidence. Only one of their players is feeling himself, that being Man down on the first floor. And if you're Zuriz, you're hoping that they honestly give themselves the isolation fights. But it's really just kind of coming down to who's baiting who at this point. The stairs angle is just not it. And I could have sworn there was a third player. Of SCP, but oh, I'm liking this angle, though. Yeah, he's trying to get him up the stairs. If Zuriz can get around to the back side of the building,
this is his time to push
give himself the angle, maybe even jump off here. It could be doing dividends, but he sees him from far. He gets the headshot, but he butchers it. Red eyes. That's got to be a knock. That's got to be a connection. And thankfully, at least his teammate does get the mental reset, the health reset even on the building.
But at the same time, Enigma
got across.
Yeah, he had one chance for a surprise angle there, and that chance has been thrown out the window, thrown to the air here. And now Diz finds himself in a position where a few moments ago he would have probably been able to collectively retreat successfully. Now I'm not so sure. If he is, I would boil that down to a mistake on SCP's end, because they know his general location, they know the numbers, because they've taken out the other 3. They know it's a one-man team on Full Sense, and they shouldn't be that intimidated by that.
Yeah, but my issue is I saw on Viru when Diz went for those shots right on the window, he was actually only half HP. So I'm not sure the med department, the med kits, any of that stuff, whether it's even bandages, is really of any, knowledge to SCP. I don't think they have anything to really get their HP bars back up. And with Diz's position here, especially being on the roof, Scar H, he's definitely able to just get 1 or 2 shots. A few connections to the chest will be knocks for him, to say the least. But SCP, I've been questioning. I really want to see you guys be able to perform and turn up, especially with the amount of love that you have from the community. But we're needing to see it now. It's going to be a little bit of a reset going on with the 3 of them. They've got to be able to get this last elimination and find. They got to find where he's at even as well. See, it's like you said, Red Eyes, they gave too much time.
They did, but several times over, it does not seem to be a lesson that has been clicked in quite yet. SCP, I think, is a constantly improving team, but their ability to recognize these split-second mistakes is going to be crucial for the future of that team, because Full Sense has been cornered, I think, 2 or 3 times over in this altercation so far, and given multiple opportunities to get these resets. And even though they have him down to a solo, it probably could have amounted to a full wipe fairly earlier on without the risk that they took in. And losing Karan early on is going to, regardless, any way you look at it, change up the strength of this team for the remainder of the match. They're coming in at a handicap disadvantage, and it honestly looks like they're just bowing out and not even going to go for the hunt. I'm not sure how I
see it as well. It looks like that one player of FS, Full Sense, is going to be on that building still, not opting to move. And actually does look like SCP is looking for it. But look at this. Diz is the only one that looks like he's got any sort of med still going. The boost coming into play. So if they wrap anymore, I'm interested in seeing where the vehicles are at on the roadsides here, right?
Yeah.
You might be able to catch one just running towards it, but nonetheless, still just ratting it. And he actually, the vehicle spawn is actually still there for the dossier. So you might actually just allow them to fully rotate into the vehicles and honestly just shoot them when they drive out.
Yeah, that.
Oh, wait a second. Oh, no.
This is, too much.
Know?
But look at this is self-control. This is self-control. I don't even have this this is more self-control than I've shown in my life with anything. Oh, my gosh. He's right there.
No, we can't do it yet, Red Eyes. We can't look. Oh, see, he's got to wait for the vehicle. If they go towards the vehicle, it's over.
If Ender turned around at that brief angle there, he would have maybe seen it.
They're gonna watch. They're all gonna run to the vehicle, Red Eyes, and he's gonna 3-piece him. I'm calling it right now. This is the moment. He understands.
All right, I'm gonna
slow.
say no. I say he's gonna do this and be taken out. He's gonna be taken out right here for doing that.
Yeah, but he got the 1v1
He
down.
did?
Now it's another one going down, and he understands the meds are not in their favor.
Come
SCP.
on. I like an underdog, baby. I like an underdog. I'll be wrong if it's a 1v3 squad wipe. I'll be okay with that.
And listen, that guy still has yet to get lifted off himself. So any bullet from any gun Diz has is gonna do this guy dirty. And they keep on me, forcing him off. You understand what's going down, and unload the whole clip. I mean, let him
insult
know.
to injury, shots on the crate. What just happened? We talk about SCP, these little moments of inexperience, and I think getting way too comfortable with the risk of that last member being there, just out looting in the open, but not. I mean. Again, I'm not sure how often I think to check the rooftops, but
but you're thinking they're in the attics, not on the roof, Red Eyes.
But regardless, a 1v3, you know, there's not really a way to spin that where it doesn't come off as an SCP mistake.
Yeah, and I think the main one is that first guy. It's really kind of inevitable. As soon as the rat shows himself, you understand, hey, you know, here, he's on the roof. This is the gun he used. If he uses a lot of bullets or if he jumps off like he did, we have him isolated. But instead, afterwards, two of them decided to just be like, hey, you know, we're going to be coming in here and just taking 1v1s to say the least. But two teams that have been pretty stellar at preventing themselves from getting into 1v1s is going to be Inco Gaming versus S1. And actually looks like it's a 1v2 situation going down the pre-fires. Vitaly finds the one, and he understands the last one, KC, forcing himself through the doorways, and Vitaly's playing
Oh my gosh, this is
12K versus the pump. The jump shot comes through, and oh my goodness, this is at a wit's end with both people. Oh,
yeah, but again,
please, we're just teasing everyone right now for the most part, but KC takes no damage from the S12, puts him down with one Red Eyes, and if you're SON, 4 elims, that's definitely a good
I know you didn't see it, but look. He's out there hunting, man.
He's still hunting.
He's out here hunting. He's on his own. He says we're down to a 2-piece. You want to split up across the map and just go for fun? Yeah, man, let's do it.
I mean, you're so far ahead, right? Like,
yeah, I don't disagree with it. I don't even mind it.
Let's get to dinner early.
I don't disagree with it. I just, at this point, it's such an outlier performance. Do something crazy. Yeah, just for the sake of it, because at this point they've got the wiggle room. But you know what? Yeah, wiggle room is a luxury afforded to few in this event. And you know, if your team's like, let's have a look at the likes of CBK here. You know, a team like CBK can't really afford any impulsive mistakes.
Hey, but the impulse, you know, I think it's really just been far and few of whose impulse has really been tried and true, right?
Yes.
Some people have been just more of the hesitancy, more of the lackadaisical kind of mindset or carefree attitude like we just saw with SVP, while others like Inco, like Wolves, as soon as you even go for a push, if you really just get kind of ahead of yourself, as the best way of putting it, you are going to get completely run over. So
I can't believe
for the most part, we even saw it just now. Secret waves potentially could have been done down and dirty from the Wolves, but instead they opted to turn around. And you know, we had a lot of action, Red Eyes, but we're talking it's only stage 3 still.
Yes,
we're still kind of just vibing.
We noticed from the get-go 2 immediate altercations off the rip, but you know what? I actually like the Wolves' retreat there, just for the sake of keeping everyone guessing. I don't think that it really even matters to them who it was there that they retreated back from. It's just this simple fact of, oh, you're expecting a 2-1 split aggressive push. No doubt about it. They were. And the Wolves, well, granted, they didn't have the numbers to do it, but regardless, they're keeping everyone on their toes. The only thing you can predict is unpredictability.
Alrighty, this is what we're doing then. We're having everyone can fight the final game of the tournament. The unpredictability factor. But then again, since I just said it, it's all going to be predictable. We'll have to wait and see, of course. But for the most part, unfortunately, Rival 6, I think we've kind of seen the the light going away at the end of the tunnel here. It's going to be X-Force in front of them, sort of hunting them on this edge of the circle. And we actually see all 4 members of X-Force starting to congregate on this hillside to the south. And if you're Royal 6, you know, you've got that one player Toast all the way at 1 HP. I know he's getting the revive or the reset, excuse me, going off with the medkit Red Eyes, but the time it takes for you to get that done just has it where you're just really put in this little pocket of the hillside here.
But it was unnecessary because I believe a few updates ago they had the ability to put their knocked teammate in the car, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh, yeah.
So it's just, again, it's something I believe Rival 6 still weighing their options and maybe not considering it something to retreat from. But I certainly think, given how much is weighted on them and given how kind of on the line, on the cusp they are, I believe entering this match at 7th overall.
Yeah.
Probably not a fight worth taking on just yet. Not just yet. Get those placement markers, get those placement points secured before you go engaging with a team who has made themselves famous in PMSL plays. You know, it's probably the safer bet if your eye is staying focused on the prize, the Titan Series Premier slots, the cash prize. But realistically, you know, the Titan Series slot is the advancement to the professional league, and that's what everyone has as their dream, the star in the sky. So keep your head on what's important and not what's just in front of you.
Yeah, in front of us now, we see it's going to be that Dauntless versus SW fight outside of the compound. Actually, looks like Secret Ways left to try to kind of prevent Dauntless from coming in, but instead just players from either side going down one by one. Another team as well looking to come in for the third party. It's actually going to be CBK, I believe, in the distance, taking on additional Nox and Thirst, and this is the moment. It's the full 4-man. This is their star stellar play, Red Eyes, of having all the members up.
Is it though?
They're
because
looking.
Look who's coming.
That's them, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. CBK,
baby. Sorry. I thought you were talking about Dauntless there, but I see.
They're sticking the mud right here.
I thought you were giving all the kudos here to Dauntless, and I was about to say, I don't know if that's going to be a long-lived victory here, but Sherpa has the right idea. You know, just trying his best to dip out of dodge, but that is such an unforgiving zone right now.
Yeah.
And man, a co-caster several years ago said this to me, and I have said it every gig since. I don't care if you're Coops, I don't care if you're Carrillo, no one's got a higher KD than that blue zone.
Yeah. Blue zone, I mean, that's always the damage too, right? Look at being stage 4. We saw his teammate going down to the zone, and now, of course, Baton finding the last remaining player of Dauntless. That's going to be 10th place for them. No placement points forward to them, and as we see it now, we kind of shuffle through the remainder of these squads. We can see just who all is lost casualties, right? We're seeing almost there a duo, having CBK start turning their sights towards them, and that's a team that's definitely, as soon as they start getting 1 or 2 eliminations without losing a player, they really start turning up the burners on the competition. So now we see the next zone shift does pull south. CBK will have to move. The question is, do they slam the shack? Do they full send into the compound, or do they opt into a wide rotation? We'll have to wait and see, of course, because the 4-mans, I think the struggle here, Red Eyes, is going to be able to keep all 4 players up. So, because if they keep 4 up here, I picture CBK winning another game. If they lose any player here, I think it's a struggle for them.
And here's what I'm going to say. I agree with every bit of that, and I will say something a little bit controversial. I think if they push on the shack, that's going to be what gets a member taken out. Not necessarily from almost there, but that push, even on a knock, will be a Wolves third party, guaranteed. Wolves has already positioned themselves, even as a 2-piece, they are going to play that aggressively. Baton taking a lot of damage, gets knocked.
That's a big one, too. That's the guy off in the distance, not even close to getting a revive potentially in the zone. Circle shift as well comes through. He is going to be thirsted, but if not, the blue zone would have been too much damage for the reset, and we actually see the angle where he got knocked from. That granny stack really just kind of speaking dividends for X9 Esports, another team that desperately needed points here today for day number 2 of the competition. And now we see CBK, they're actually turning their eyes towards the gas station, Red Eyes. They're looking maybe to slam, but instead the damage is coming from that way. We're turning left, we're turning right, and I don't even know where we're going anymore at this point. They're struggling to make a decision.
Yeah, regardless, I've got eyes on Coops here, who is being...
Yeah.
Oh,
And,
pardon
I
me.
mean, Coops as well. He's just doing his own thing here, which, I mean, he's the guy that's comfortable playing solo, right? He's always fine doing this, but CBK, this is the rotation we made mentions of, Red Eyes. They struggle to find a way, and Valak as well as Wolves now just putting the pressure on him.
Yeah, but you know what? Even with the pressure, I wouldn't be surprised if this man keeps his cool and gets another 2 slots of placement points, genuinely. And I say that without any exaggeration. I still find a way to be surprised by him. But you know who is going to surprise me now is Nexus, if he somehow comes out of this altercation victorious. But Rival 6 will
Wow.
but not by the likes of Inity. Now it's going to be down to Toast to carry on for the team name, and a little bit of retaliation. Ace and Toast now being the final hopes for their team, I believe, with multiple members of Noobs not far off. A knocked Cat God, but being unattended and left to be revived by his only remaining teammate, Winter. It almost begs the question, you know, if you are going to engage in these distance altercations where you have no shot of securing the thirst, what's the point?
Yeah, and I wonder as well if Noobs Esports is maybe going to rotate around into this entity player solo, or if they're going to go back north, because if they're able to get control of that south side as well, they would be able to have a free rotation to either side of the circle shifts. But another team that I know I'm making note of right now that's in this lobby still, they had the eliminations on the CBK Red Eyes earlier on. That's going to be X-Force, currently 20 points back before this game started of second place. And yeah, 20 points is a lot, but you made mention of it at the match results page just before this match, Rise. A lot of teams tonight throughout the tournament, they've been dropping 22, 23-point games. And with them right now, they're sitting at 8 total eliminations, 3, 2, and 3 spread throughout 4 members. So if I'm looking at X-Force Red Eyes, I'm seeing potentially a second place jump here.
And I think that this is the game that it needs to happen on, because if they finish with a X-Force chicken dinner on round 6, day 2, it'll be a little bit of what we saw from yesterday, round 2, coming into day 3, hitting the ground running with that in their flow state kind of pocket, finding their pocket.
For sure.
As long as they keep that confidence and momentum. Look at this, a full 4-person team, 8 elims on the board, 3 slots of placement points. This could be the opportunity for X-Force to steal that outlier performance show and pass that 23-point bracket that we've been kind of hyping up here. And we say it time and time again, Enigma, you can't rule these guys out. Yes, they are vulnerable when on a tilt, sure. But when they find their pocket, God help the team that ticks them off.
Yeah, and my only instance of worry is going to be X-Force maybe rotating too much on the zone, because even though it's stage 6, we understand just from the position Valk was at, they essentially have 75-80% zone control here, just from the hilltops here. And the hard part about having so much to work with, Red Eyes, is biting off too much more than you can chew, right? So for Meow, I'm looking at Valak as well. I want to see them honestly wait this next minute and 20 second that's remaining on the circle shift and just see where the zone goes. Let's not
we say it time and time again.
Ourselves.
We say it time and time again. Yes, the spread. I agree with the spread. I agree with the placement, and I agree with what you're saying still. In lieu of it, even if these teams are doing some pretty vulnerable pushes, all X-Force needs to do is lay low and get these easy elim stills from the safety of that distance and from multiple vantage points. This is lining up. X9 and members of Noobs are lining themselves up for an X-Force winner. Winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and Meow just pulled up shots through the doorway. Actually going to get the knock in the thirst. It's going to be Valak, though, unfortunately falling from the teammates. Luckily, the rest of his squad was able to pull up, and now with both those teams getting eliminated, right, as we're talking a 4v1 situation, and you understand Ace is there, 13 elims now, make it 14. X-Force finishing off the day strong. Day number 2, they go back-to-back on final games, Red Eyes. That's the win we want to see, and they'll be damn sure they're moving up that leaderboard.
Oh, man, sorry about that. That's the previous again. But X-Force, baby! X-Force.
Oh
Listen,
man.
they took that chicken dinner. They earned it, but they stole that whole show for a round 6 performance, and they did it with 0 hovercrafts, my man. 0 hovercrafts. They don't need 2 big banging boats to make their presence known. And boy, did they line up, position themselves. Even both of us were questioning it, thinking that for sure X-Force was going to start attacking and pushing a little early. When you mentioned it, I said, listen, they're already getting set up to do it.
Yeah.
We're about to highlight the mistakes as they happen. Nah, son. X-Force, with a little bit of contextual luck and just the way the match unfolded, found X9 vulnerable, open for the taking. They didn't have to do anything fancy. They didn't have to make anything risky, high reward, low risk. Boom. Love to see it.
And I think a big key component was kind of that north side of the zones, right? We're talking Wolves, CBK, as well as Nexus, kind of all congregated on shacks and ridges. And with X-Force, they rotated into that gas station compound right around the time when CBK made that full send in. And for them, obviously, they've got the uphill advantage. They're able to get all 4 eliminations down, as well as the Wolves kind of struggling to get in, just leaving this whole pocket of the zone open for them to be able to rotate into. And for the most part, I was bringing it up just in terms of the movements because we saw Valek's point of view, right? On the backside of the gas station, he's seeing the trees just in front of him that, you could drive up and maybe play there, but it's a little too early for you to kind of make motions like that. And for the most part, I don't blame Noobs Esports for going for the full send there at the end, right? The eliminations, you got to make a play at some point, right? The
100%.
do or die. Maybe they could have gone for that entity solo earlier on, but nonetheless, they were forced to make that full send at the end of it. And after that, obviously, it's like you had said, Red Eyes, right? The eliminations will come for X-Force. It's not like they're even going to have to stress as soon as any elimination feed comes up.
Yes, exactly. Versus the Noobs, who at that point, even at that end stage, only had two elims. X-Force already had their cushion of elims kind of in their pocket, squared away. So at that point, just the placement multiplier essentially is the eye on the prize. It's the safe bet. It's the less heroic play. It's the less, it's the less viral content, is what I'll say. But it is the more disciplined self-control, and it's the X-Force that we see win is when they find that balance. And boy, like if there was ever a match aside from day 3 round 18, I guess, for X-Force to really finish strong on, it was this one. For the exact same reason that we were talking about Noobs yesterday. The way that one match or one day ends can very often set the tone and let that snowball turn into that boulder, so to speak. And we've seen it with X-Force in PMSL, finding that momentum and completely, like, it's almost like they ate their Wheaties and got a 16-hour night of sleep, and then, their IGL put on blue face paint and Braveheart pep talk them out into a chicken dinner. But can they continue this with this little, 18-hour, 20-hour intermission that will be taken between now and day 3? Because it all rides on tomorrow.
Yeah, and for today, I kind of like the point you brought up. Luckily for X-Force, it was kind of more of they got a blessing with winning both games at the end. Because when you win the first day, right, you have the win at the end of the night. You recognize, hey, there's still 2 days of competition in front of us. There very well could have been a lackluster performance today out of them. We've seen it from any team in any region. But instead, they say, hey, let's end the day off strong on the second day, because then the mental shift that comes in going into that third and final day of competition, especially in a tournament like this where there's so few slots for teams to be rewarded to move forward into the the Titan Series qualification to maybe compete for a PMSL America slot. It all rides on moments like these. And some people, they don't understand that stress, right? They don't understand 100%. The level of competition that comes into it. And for the most part, these teams like Wolves, like X-Force, they do. And that's why we see these teams at the top. Unfortunately, though, the teams at the bottom They've been trying to play spoiler. Obviously, for Sexy Frogs is a big name that comes through, really only just wanting to, I guess, get clips on Coops or someone, whatever the case may be. That's just the mentality that's got to get thrown out at some point.
I disagree. I disagree.
What?
But listen, hear me out though.
Okay.
For the
Let
Frogs.
me hear you out.
For the Frogs, I disagree because this event, the odds of them accumulating those Titan slots or getting some share of the money, slim to none at this stage. However, the odds of them upsetting and completely changing the outcome of the event for one of the top performing teams, that's a much more attainable goal. And if they've got beef with the Wolves, then pardon me, if they've got some beef with the Wolves, wow, that is a small graphic.
We're cooking.
Regardless.
Perfect.
I will say, if I'm going to have to counter myself when I said that they got beef with the Wolves. If you got beef with the Wolves, well, mature up because that's not the team to fight tomorrow. But any other, high-placing team, there's not really a way to knock the Wolves off of advancing unless they themselves have horrible gameplay tomorrow and some other team has just the comeback of a lifetime.
Well, the comebacks, to say the least, we're talking second, third, and fourth place up there. Big movements on the upper echelons of the leaderboard because top four right now, Red Eyes has crossed into the triple-digit point margin, 100-plus points with CBK and Inco both being tied together. And X-Force, after that win, I was calling it saying, if they get a high elimination game, they very well could pass Inco and CBK off the points alone. And for the most part, obviously, second place, that feels good and great if the tournament was to be ending here. But like you said, Red Eyes, there's still 6 games tomorrow. And Dauntless, Noobs Esports, Rival 6, X9, I feel like these are names that you and I have definitely been talking about. Unfortunately for them, just not enough in terms of seeing them potentially shoot up into that top 4.
Yeah, 100%, and I think that, that's a flip of a coin here because that's unfortunate, but it also makes them one of the most dangerous teams moving into day 3. Those Frogs, Legacy and Control, Full Sense, Share, Entity, almost there, SON and Secret Ways. They've got a real opportunity come tomorrow to ruin someone's day entirely. And let's have a look at those bottom bracket teams and the overall scores in that context here. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of the wrong sizing issue, but yes, as you can see, it is light years from the Kings of the Hill here. Literally over 100 points separating you from that mark. And if I guess you could say there's a 50-something point gain, about a 51-point gain for a team like the 9th place holders in Secret Ways to work their way up into that second place bracket. And as unlikely as we may feel that to be, how often have we seen day 3 complete upsets? Complete turns of the tide, and that's going to be a double-edged sword because it wouldn't just be necessarily a secret Ways final impressive performance, but it would also have to boil down to errors and early elims of some of these high placing teams. But we've seen it. Anything can happen.
And anything will definitely happen. Obviously, tomorrow, chat, the final 6 matches remaining tomorrow, of course, for the day 3 finals. And for the most part, those $3,000, those 2 slots up for grabs will be decided tomorrow night. Of course, thank you to everyone in chat. Thank you to production. And thank you to PUBG Mobile, of course, for allowing us to have this competition moving forward. We'll be seeing you guys tomorrow, baby. Look at damage in on the McGrellin or Vitali. Now make it none. Inco Gaming. Third.
Reached the higher level here, but with Coops down, the odds get even slightly. But Juancho going after Noobs as well. X-Force capitalizing on that as well for an Elam steal. That is not bad work for X-Force. And as I say it, they get caster curse by just my brief compliment. And now Valak having a little bit more work on his shoulders here. Now having to play medic duty to his fallen teammate Exo, all while the inevitable push.
We gotta pick him up.
On in.
He
no. He can't. He heard the vehicle push. He's making the right call, cutting his losses, but it's too little, too late potentially.
Yeah, and his teammate now, he's trying to at least weather the storm with the nade, pull back Wiggs from peeking over the ridgeline, and we're seeing actually, I believe it's Meow just forced into it. Yeah, he doesn't even have a weapon out to start shooting back Valak as well. No helmet to his name, one to the dome's gonna do it, but trying to find the nade connects Baton, taking a little bit of damage, but both teams taking lots of engagements going on, and oh my goodness, no nade knocks just yet. Baton as well, 1 HP from, I believe, the blue zone, and Wolves, they're actually running in the dead open.
Yeah.
R6 not even taking shots. Red Eyes, who is even going to be living here at the end of it?
This is my point, man. How do you predict a team that dials back 5 minutes ago and then full pushes through the open 5 minutes later and then switches it up again? It's how do you predict the next play of someone like that?
Watch, he's close. He's got the nade. They don't even know he's there, but he's got to find the mark. Not enough damage in my mind, but he's got to push forward. He's got to be the hero, but a team flash, I think, comes through. His teammate cleans it up, though. Wicks, 2v1 situation. The pump burst, double shotguns, and he gets one. 1v1 situation. The heal comes through, trying to find it, and Wolves salvage the fight. Red Eyes 9.
A little bit more seriously now. As you can see, Meow able to give one of his 9 lives to Bradusky here, and S12. Oh. We said it before. A shotgun sounds the same in every language. Boom, and it always means the same thing. Bye-bye. Wow. Bye-bye, GMC. Oh, I hope you had a good warranty on that car. God, I gotta
sleep for X jokes. Oh no, I was gonna say thankfully for X-Force, he's able to just go up and get the revive, but instead he tried playing the stairs angle with. Fortunately, we're talking about it right now. Rival 6 getting the angle just on the toes to the window, so not remembering the angle is a rough mistake, to say the least, from X-Force, right? But nonetheless, it's coming to that late game. You got to understand the pressure and the motives from these teams are more players in front of you. There's also the lobby remaining, and now we're seeing a lot of teams, actually Dauntless as well, taking some casualties, being down to a 3-man, not a full 4-man strong force, turning their sights towards Paul on this northern edge. But you wonder as well, Red, as I keep gotta be bringing it back over and over. I don't mind these full sends into the POI, right? This sort of town city, but you don't have a vehicle still. I mean, there's still a lot of teams that could just rotate right in front of you. Yeah, but look here what Inko's doing, pulling right on SO in, and with the outlier Bruno, just the devil you don't know. It's a very, very intimidating factor when you don't know where those shots are coming from. But Vitaly up in the thick of it, able to get a knock on assassin before dishing another one out. It's 3 down, and boom, just like that, Inko squad wipe straight out on the Paul, straight back to lobby. The Lions are roaring in the desert here, and even as a 2-piece, Bruno and Vitaly are responsible for 80% of the team's elims. Yeah, and I think the big... Listen, if we curse every other team outside of NA, then NA will surely be on top. We're gonna, absolutely, man. It's reverse psychology, but if you knew the Red Eyes cast curses as well as some people in the NA community, hey, it's worth a shot. I mean, at this point, it's worth a shot. Yeah, shots now as well. They're going to start really kind of slowing down a bit. We see the circle shift. Pulls out towards the field of Wolves Esports. A little bit of a 2-1 split. Wicks almost getting knocked there, but luckily has just enough of a ridge line to play spoiler behind. Yeah, hopefully, though, he's able to keep the buggy up. He has a little bit of room. Doesn't have to go too far to get into the next circle shift, but if that vehicle, like, if they take out his vehicle, he's got enough. I think he's got it. Yeah, all he's got to do is make it into the next zone and blow it up, you know, and that's far enough. I mean, I don't really see him keeping that vehicle much further, but the fact that Almost There has his attention, or he has their attention, it does spell trouble for me, because he can't really likely engage or at least acquire any thirst on Inko or Dauntless if he does get a knock. It would just be kind of out in the open, vulnerable range unless he stays prone. And I don't see it actually amounting to any thirst here. So
If anything, he's got an opportunity to lay low. But Rivals up against none other than Full Sense here, down to the very last rival left, but 9 elims to their name and an opportunity to really get some third-party steals here. Oh, yes. Let's
Here we
see.
go. Yeah, just throw it all. This is going to be right on the lip, just down below. Only vehicles covering, and he gets 2 of them with the long arm. 1 player remaining, actually making doubles. EZC finding himself in one situation. Nades coming through.
There, he would have maybe seen it.
They're
Look
gonna
at this.
watch. They're all gonna run to the vehicle, Red Eyes, and he's gonna 3-piece him. I'm calling it right now. This is the moment. He
All
understands.
right, I'm going to
slow.
say no. I say he's going to do this
never
and be
mind,
taken
he's
out. He's going to
going.
be taken out right here for doing that.
Yeah, but he got the 1v1
He
down.
did?
Now it's another one going
Oh,
down, and he understands
yes.
the meds are not in
Come
their
on.
favor.
Come on.
SCP